independent individual, a free thinking individual, or no, you belong to a collective and you have to follow
No,
order.
you're not really a free thinking individual. Not
So
really.
therefore, Brass, you hear, you understand where I'm going. If the Germans said that they were just following orders, the Americans in the future can say they were just following orders. Do you agree with me on that? So no matter what they do, once they're following orders, they're just following orders. Is that what you're saying, Howard?
No, I'm saying if you take those, I mean, yeah, you're gonna have to follow your orders. I mean, that's what it is. Now, if it come out later on that you followed some illegal orders, but as a soldier or something, you don't But like you said, there's some people, hey, you might find a motherfucker that would. But that's against all kind of laws, bro. I mean, you can't do.
Okay, I fixed the sound. Good. What? You said no. I'm just saying, in a situation, I expect y'all to still be human. That's all I'm saying. I expect.
Right.
You
And what do
be
you
human.
mean by human? Human is
I
having
don't
some
think
mercy, right?
Mercy, but I don't. Like I said, we would need a Marine. Contrarian, if you could join the conversation, join it. But in these conversations, I think we would need a Marine to better
We need
explain.
a
Because, like, for example,
we need a combat veteran.
I'm gonna give a
We need
perfect
a
example.
combat veteran.
Not even a combat veteran, just even if it's somebody active duty that's been out there. Because by that same theory and thought. What did you quote? What was the thing that you quoted? It was a law.
Status of forces agreement.
Status and forces agreement. That's the word.
Of forces.
Status of forces agreement.
So
let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. So, if y'all were trying to kill a top member of the Taliban, and he was in a church with 20 other people, and y'all been trying to kill this guy for years,
then we going in the church.
No. But y'all can't set foot on the land. Y'all not there. Y'all, I'm saying, y'all, now we talking about drone warfare. I'm just asking a question. Can they legally kill everybody in that church to get him?
If there's war going on, I would
No,
say
not war.
yeah.
No,
now, I don't know.
No, we're looking for this guy. This guy is.
Oh, you talking about some covert? You talking about some covert shit?
I ain't saying. I don't think at this point drones are covert. I'm saying that we want this person. We've been looking for this person for years, and we find this guy done raised his head. He done got himself and showed himself in public, and.
Ooh,
but he's
that's
in a church.
Question,
he's in a church at a wedding
question.
Of his daughter.
That's a good question. I think it would. Yeah.
Isn't that casualties of war?
I think that depends on who's in charge of that operation, whether they give the go. But if they give the go, then they gonna do it. But that's a good ass question, bro.
Where's the status of forces in that?
Well, now you're not talking about now. See, that's some different shit.
Okay,
you're talking
we're not
about
at war. Status of forces is when we're at war.
Right.
Okay,
that's some different shit.
So then let me ask you this question then. I'm putting you on the spot because you're in the military. Somebody else in the military joined the Discord and asked. So here's another question then. So I've heard Israel justify, and whoever, I know y'all on mute, but whoever can participate because I can't talk that much. I'm working on something. But that's what I'm trying to get it out now. I've heard Israel over and over and over again justify blowing up schools, hospitals, senior homes.
That's not supposed to happen.
Because they say that Hamas has hidden, they like to hide behind schools and this, that, and other, right? So my dumb ass told Cuban one time that, that's what Israel does, and that's not something that we would do. But then at the beginnings of this attack,
they hit that school.
We hit a school.
Yeah, that's not supposed to happen.
That had 150 Iranian girls in it.
Yeah.
And our reasoning, for some reason, they still are now trying to get away from it because they know that it's a nightmare no matter what. They immediately kind of took it, but then they backed off. So now nobody knows who did what. But initially, we stated that
That shit
that
ain't
they had
supposed to
set up
happen, Brad.
military shit underneath the school or next to the school or
That's,
something.
well, that probably is a lie. I don't know, but that ain't supposed to happen. You ain't supposed to be. Listen, you know, when you go out on that battlefield, right? You know, medics have that patch on their arms, right? To let them know there's a medic. That shit's supposed to be hands up. You ain't supposed to be fucking with them, right? It's kind of rules to the shit that I know they get trampled on or whatever, but no, you ain't supposed to be hitting hospitals, school, shit like you ain't supposed to. That's not supposed to be done. United States made a big mistake if they did that. They said they didn't. I don't know.
Well, the
No,
girls
you ain't
died.
supposed to.
Okay,
You ain't
we
supposed to
bombed
do shit
Iran.
like
The
that.
girls died in a bombing. And we didn't say Israel did it. So is there a mystery country that bombed Iran that we don't know about?
Well, look, I'm just saying, I'm trying to keep my word. You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to. I'm just saying that no, that shit ain't supposed to be done at all. Like that shit.
Right. So I'm just saying when we try to, one thing, back to the movie Nuremberg, it'll just make you realize that as Americans, we will justify anything just to keep. We complain about our way of life, but we will pretty much allow America to do pretty much anything to maintain that way of life. And if as an American you don't understand that, then you probably should, you know, do some kind of introspection or whatever. It sounds cold, but I understand it. I know how important 26 cents of gas is to the average American.
20.
See
Well,
how that works?
I agree with you. I agree with you,
and what we think is, Howard, we think that insurgent math is way different than actual math. Because when you kill 2 insurgents or 2 terrorists, so let's say out of 10, you think 10 minus 2 is 8, but insurgent math, 10 minus 2 is 300. Because when you killed them 2 people, you just created probably about 100 to 200 down the line new people that you're going to have to kill. That's why insurgencies are so difficult to deal with. Terrorists are so difficult to deal with. That's why, you know.
And we got them here in this country.
Yeah.
We got them here in this country.
Yeah. And on top of that, Truist brought us back to a very good place in the conversation. The most dangerous terrorists that threaten America are in America.
That's a fact.
It's not, and this is something that I'm saying. I've heard multiple presidents in the past 10 years say the biggest threat to our country are the people inside of this country.
Yeah, because they know brass. They know, look, ain't nobody finna cross the goddamn Atlantic or the Pacific Ocean and fuck with us. That ain't possible, bro.
Now, I'm talking about that guy, them guys that be in them camps and them hills.
Right. That's the only way they can get in.
Got 500 guns legally.
Yeah, that's the only way they can get in here. It can't be. Look, I'm sorry to tell some of you RBG cats that think a nigga, it's not possible. Can't nobody have a navy or whatever and cross no oceans and fuck with us. It ain't gonna happen. So they done found different ways to get in here. Niggas going to school. They might be your
Has
next
anyone
door
heard
neighbor.
about the possible, like, something with a drone attack in California or they prepping people? Is that true?
I heard about it. I could look into
Now, how
it.
far did that drone come? You saying that drone went across a whole fucking ocean?
No. They saying says something about California people, like you said, that's already in the country type shit.
Yeah, gotta be already here. Ain't nobody coming across them oceans doing shit. That shit ain't gonna happen. So it got to be some shit already from inside the game. And war now is so different. I mean, they're doing war on internet, whether we know it or not. Your mind and shit is now what Russia, China is going after. They trying to tear this shit up from the inside, have us fighting each other.
The psychological warfare, they spend more time trying to indoctrinate domestic terrorism just as much as they do try to build their own stockpiles.
It's
Love
called,
that.
Domestic
it's called,
terrorists
can y'all hear
are
me?
the ones that could cause the most fucking damage here.
Can y'all hear me?
And I just saw a post that all of the incidents that recently happened, like the Austin shooter, the NYC bombers, the Michigan synagogue attack, and the Odu shooter, they were all citizens. They were all citizens. I think I saw something that said they were naturalized citizens, most of them, but they were all American citizens.
Yeah, yeah, it's not like they know they can't cross over and fuck with us, so they trying to destroy us from, I guess, that old statement, trying to destroy us from within.
But don't sleep
It's
because
called,
we
it's
do the
called,
same thing.
it's
We do
called
the same thing to
asymmetrical
them.
warfare. It's called
Yeah, but
asymmetrical
Tony,
warfare.
hold up. We do the same thing though. Like, let's not leave that out. Like, we cause domestic terrorism in other nations' countries as well. That's how we destabilize many of the countries we destabilize. So it's mutual.
Talk that shit, Truls.
It's really called asymmetrical warfare, and the warfare that's being done on us, nobody sees. It's psychological, like Chua said, but it's really more asymmetrical. It's things that you don't think it's warfare, but it is. Like migration
Yeah,
is
you were
warfare.
truest. One of you niggas gonna have to put some more bass in your voice, because I can't tell you niggas apart. Is that
But
possible?
just listen to the words, though. You listen to the words. What I'm saying is that migration is
When I talk,
warfare.
I'm gonna start turning my camera on so you know it's me. All right. This is Truist.
No,
Oh,
you got to be the truest, bro. You can't change your name now. It's got to be the truest. That was the bar of the day.
Hey, when that cat said the truest, he was hot and he did his thing. he did his thing that day. That shit was funny as hell.
Hey, shouts to you,
But
Donnie.
I
Shouts
agree
to
with both
free
of you
DNA
saying.
test in the chat. Donnie, stop hitting me with this hotel. I don't know what SMB is, but I'm gonna learn this little language. Keep typing. All right, hold on. Before we go further, and then we'll go right back into asymmetrical warfare. So I got a picture of the drone up in the chat or on the live show. It says FBI warns Iran aspired to attack California with drones in retaliation for the war. That I'm gonna read a quick part of it. The FBI warned police departments in California in recent days that Iran could retaliate for American attacks by launching drones at the West Coast, according to an alert reviewed by the NBC News. We recently acquired unverified information that as early February 2026, Iran allegedly aspired to conduct a surprise attack using unmanned aerial vehicles from an unidentified vessel off the coast of the United States homeland, specifically against unspecified targets in California in the event the U.S. conducted strikes against Iran. We have no additional information on the timing, method, target, or perpetrators of this alleged attack. The warning came just as the Trump administration launched its ongoing assault against the Islamic Republic. Iran has been retaliating with drone strikes against targets throughout the Mideast. So
I don't believe that shit at all. I don't believe that at all.
Yeah, some people saying it's cap.
United States are you saying that the FBI didn't warn, or that they don't have the ability as cap?
I'm saying that
They saying that
they don't have the ability. Now they can
so.
aspire to do anything. They can talk and be like, "Hey, we're gonna do this." They don't. I don't think they have the ability. In the words that were used in the article, they're aspiring. Well, hell, I can aspire to do any goddamn thing. That don't mean I have the ability to do it.
All they got to
think
do
that
is
shit is
build.
cat.
So
All
if
they
we
got
take, but these are just tips that went into these are tips that went into the FBI, and it's not saying coming from Iran. It's saying that they have ships off the coast that California doesn't have the defense to stop. You can most certainly send a drone off of a ship.
California doesn't have a military. So you saying the United States Navy doesn't have the defense? I ain't fucking with that. I don't believe that.
No, it says, but no, because I'm reading the rest of the article. It says California has no clear defense against Iran's drones.
Well,
Y'all don't. If they launch a drone,
California has.
if they launch a drone from a ship in the middle of the Pacific, or off the coast of California in the Pacific Ocean, y'all don't have a natural defense to do anything about that.
Well, I thought we had something called the United States Navy out there.
You may have the United States Navy, but the United States Navy ain't an Iron Drone. I mean, ain't the Iron Dome.
It's the nature of that drone. It's really small and it's hard to find them. That's the problem.
Is that what it is? Okay,
Yeah,
well,
even
I'm thinking that
By the time you
They
realize what they are, it's too late. You can't, like, you have to have enough time to react and intercept them. That's the problem with the drones. We don't have an Iron Dome that's like an automatic responsive system like Israel does.
Well,
There's no flying.
I'm gonna step out. Maybe I'm gonna listen to you guys.
Hold on,
you guys can teach me about this.
Clark Summers, a retired U.S. Army officer trained in drone strategy and assistant professor at Belmont College in North Carolina, says while the risk may be medium to low, it is not impossible based on the logistics. It just takes a deal of preparation. But even on a small scale, by the time it hits symbolic targets in California, they wouldn't have time to respond. It says, look, it says this. It says the ability to strike back in kind against the U.S. demo, because it says basically that other countries have been trying to figure out how to get rid of America's quote-unquote global arrogance, proving that they can have Iran can have a role as a power player in the global arena. Even a limited attack would have an outsized impact. So it's not impossible. I mean, I know you're saying it, but these experts, it says experts say there are significant challenges to carrying out a drone strike in California. But it says, for example, Summers pointed to the U.S. Navy that normally watches the West Coast could be tied up in other missions in the Pacific Ocean. You're trusting that the world is going to stay quiet elsewhere while your immediate capabilities are committed to that operation.
They're not tied up like that.
Summers says California has no specific counter-drone measures frequently used in California by any military, and that Iran's drones are small and stealthy. It would make it very hard for the public to even immediately spot because it has a low-pitched, moderate buzz and is not much bigger than a cell phone. He said if someone doesn't happen to look up and recognize
it's not much bigger than a what?
It's going to go unnoticed. A cell phone.
Nah.
Oh, shit. Okay.
That's
okay,
crazy.
You teaching me right now. A cell phone. God damn.
They said it's not much bigger than a cell phone, and it makes a low buzzing noise. So you wouldn't know what it was, and by the time they responded, you wouldn't know where the hell it came from.
I got you. How long y'all got?
We got the technology to defend ourselves.
15 minutes.
Anything. The problem is being able to react in time. Like if you can't react to the shit in time.
Those can be deployed. You don't have to be
okay. What is that? Is that the shit?
No.
No, mute, Howard. What you say, Tony?
That can be deployed from the States. It don't have to be offshore.
Nah, they said that the drone technology, it would most likely be deployed from a ship. They do know, but because they don't know much about the technology, but they're saying they know about its launch capability, and it would have to be launched from a ship. That's all they say.
They'll see the ship before it comes.
But how do you see a cell phone flying off a ship?
The ship. They'll see the ship like they'll see that ship coming. They'll say, "What you doing here?" Like,
once again, how do you see the cell phone sized buzzing thing coming from the ship?
If they get past the radars and them getting through, yeah, that's a case. But they're not gonna. By the time but in their own waters, they're being watched. And if they're coming our way, they're going to be seen a long way ahead of time.
Well, see, here's the thing.
Stealthy,
but the guy that said America has global arrogance and doesn't think it'll ever be attacked. I live in New Jersey. We saw the planes flying low in Manhattan. We saw them.
Yo,
right?
yeah, everybody forget that shit last year. Like all the weird.
There was a plane flying through New York last year.
Yeah, last year it was all these
we
weird.
Saw it. Yeah, okay, you saw it. Then what? We also saw it go into the building. And then we also saw the second one go into the building. Like, we're not, look, one thing we can't do as Americans is ever start saying, like, bro, we're not so, maybe globally our military presence is amazing and dominating and, that. I'll read into that. But I'm pretty sure in these continental United States, we are not prepared for any form of military action. We're not prepared like we think we are for any form of military action to happen on U.S. soil. We would see a cell phone flying around. We would think it's a fucking prank on Instagram. We wouldn't be like, hey, there's a missile, everybody get down. You wouldn't know. If it's a cell phone, you're talking about a cell phone size thing that's buzzing. That happens every day, all the time. Go to the Chinese theater in Los Angeles. That wouldn't even be like a shock.
Yeah, but
until it blows up.
The impact of, I mean, what I'm trying to say is that the impact of one the size of a cell phone is not going to be as major as it can as a big one, and they would have to start sending a whole bunch of them, and then when they start doing that, they're going to find out where they're coming from.
But okay, but the expert from the Navy, and I agree with you, the impact would be small, but the physical impact would be small. The psychological impact of us getting attacked on U.S. soil, like us doing something in Iran, and the psychological impact of them being able to touch somebody in California, that particular impact, we would lose the one thing that keeps the citizens here. Bro, listen, the main reason why there isn't 1 million people at the Capitol in Washington right now in regards to this war is because nothing is happening here other than gas prices. If we go to riot or rally, it's going to be behind gas prices and food prices and our kids going over there. It ain't going to be because people are dying here. But if even one person starts dying here, the United States government loses its biggest tool against us, apathy. The Vietnam War, they rioted and rallied in and around the Vietnam War because, I mean, shit, the sheer amount of people that was going there, nobody wanted to do the war, and there wasn't as many distractions. They didn't have Instagram and all this other stuff that'll keep you in your phones and fat and lazy. But now, I mean, shit, that one person getting blown up, you think they don't know what's the power of social media? One person getting blown up by a drone in California and an Iranian taking responsibility for it would dominate social media for the next 2 weeks. And you'd see 1 million people at the Capitol like, hold on now. This kind of shit can't happen here. We benefit from our arrogance, Tony. Now, are we the most powerful military in the world? I agree with you, Tony. But even the greatest civilizations, we're not, our citizens are the way we are because we're untouchable. This will show us getting touched. Do you know the shit that we approved because of the World Trade Center? And that was 2,000 people. You know the shit that we approved, the Patriot Act, TSA, the unilateral powers we gave George Bush to go to Afghanistan and go get Saddam and go get, bro, do you know the rights we gave up just for that? Could you imagine if they killed 100 motherfuckers with a drone bomb and a movie?
What was that thing they implemented regarding the pilots and them under no circumstance? What is it that they changed?
I know what there was just TSA laws, but they couldn't open the doors and all of that. What you talking about?
I saw Neil deGrasse talk about that shit about what 9/11 did and how that shit changed a lot of shit.
Yeah, we gave up our rights. We gave up our rights to privacy. Patriot Act. We gave it.
So you was living in Jersey? You living in Jersey? Who's living up there like in the Tri-State area when that shit happened?
Yeah, me and Jules.
I would.
How was it like y'all was going?
I was going back to school on. I was going to school. I was going to school, but school hadn't started yet. School was starting, I think, like that Thursday. So I was home.
Talking all that shit was like probably real far as the aftermath of it, like you said, that shit had a lot of Americans in that area real paranoid. Shit.
But we forgot.
I know people that got paid because of it personally, whether they just were affected by the smoke or had somebody that passed away. Yeah, it hit close.
Yeah.
Y'all think the country forgot?
Forgot what?
What happened on 9/11?
Yeah, for the most part, outside of the tri-state.
Yeah, the impact of it, you gotta like look back and say, damn, that shit really did happen. Like that's why I was asking y'all.
For the most part, yeah, I agree. I think, and I could tell you, even in the tri-state area, and Truist, tell me if you agree, bro. We actually at this point, we get that fucking. There's this thing they do at the World Trade Center every year, on 9/11. They read off all the names. At first, that shit was like everybody you listen and use on pins and needles. Now they don't even show it on TV no more. Matter of fact, I see more things about, were you there on 9/11? Did you breathe in such and such and such and such? Call such and such lawyer and shit like that. Like it ain't even like a, bro, I'm telling you, a plane just flew through Manhattan last year. So whatever measures that they got in, there's been so many helicopters and different aircraft crashing in the Hudson River. Sully crashed after that in the Hudson River. Bro, this is not, New York is not untouchable. TSA might have changed, Homeland Security might have changed, but you think that shit can't happen still? And then on top of that, we be forgetting as Americans, we only dealing with what we know. We just know all of the school shootings is because some kid got bullied in school. All these mass shootings and shit. Oh, it's just because some guy got bullied in school. We don't know what this shit is about.
I know we can get touched. It's easy to touch America, you know what I'm saying? Through Cuba, through other places, they can easily touch. But it's really the most effective way, based on the asymmetrical warfare that's out there and what China says and what Iran says. They all say that they're going to attack, they're going to bring down America from the inside. So even though they can probably touch us with a couple of, it's not going to do the impact that asymmetrical warfare does.
But they could physically touch us. But I think because we watch so much movies and TV, we don't realize, bro, if they just took down the banking system for 2 weeks.
Yeah, exactly.
What do you know what that would do to the United States of America?
Agreed.
Bro, did you see how we reacted when Verizon was down for 5 hours? Niggas was acting like the world was about to end. You can't get to your money. The niggas that's gaming can't get to their Xbox. People, we don't realize. Remember when Amazon Web Services went down like a year ago?
Yeah.
You didn't and then all of a sudden that's when everybody realized, wait a minute, this nigga Bezos got too much power.
If anything goes down, we go crazy. If anything goes down, anything, we're spoiled. We're like, you know what I'm saying?
At this point, niggas need Instagram, bro. Niggas need Facebook. They need YouTube. They need it to get through Bro, you think I don't know these conversations for the most part? Getting motherfuckers through their day? Just listening to whatever and shit? Like, it's like, bro, the attacks, we got to stop thinking so literal. A cell phone bomb in the middle of Chinese theater in Los Angeles, that would be a big ass deal, bro. That would be.
And Tony, the asymmetrical warfare, psychological warfare, all of that gets groomed by the type of attacks Brass is talking about. Because just as much as the attack Brass is talking about will damage a lot of the American public and make us afraid, for those of us that are against the country, that'll give them hope. Like, see, these niggas can too. They're not invincible. Look at what we just did. If we were able to do this, we could do way more than this. So that plays into the psychology of galvanizing people that would want to do worse.
I agree. I totally agree.
Yeah.
That's the warfare. That's the internal thing that they're doing.
Yeah, that's the chess. That's playing chess. You do something today that'll affect something years from now, weeks from now. You know, a power outage. What would a power outage do on the Eastern Seaboard for about 10 hours? It'd be problematic, bro. You don't gotta blow nothing up here because we're so isolated to a certain extent. We're so not maybe the military is soft, but the people here, we definitely soft, bro. I don't. I'm talking about globally. Maybe you got a gun in your house or something. You feel tough, but I'm telling you, y'all couldn't. If a couple of them kids that's in the military over there ran up on your ass, you wouldn't realize how soft you was until that motherfucker cocked back that AK-47 and made you realize how soft you were. We're just chilling, bro.
Like you said, we're unconscious. Like we're not aware of our surroundings. I walk through the city every day and I just see people just not in the fucking moment all the time. Like anything can happen at any time and people are fucking in their phones and devices.
I'm always looking around. I'm from the Bronx, so I'm always looking around. No matter where I'm at. I don't let people get close to me. Don't let people ask me too many questions. I'm just like that.
Yeah, but that's not the majority of the city, man.
Bro, when that bomb went off the other day,
you take your ass to Midtown, you see a bunch of fucking unconscious people walking around. In the most dangerous and the most highly sensitive part of New York City, you got a bunch of people just walking around like we're in La La Land.
Nah, New York City's not ready, bro. They just locked up 2 guys trying to set a bomb off at the goddamn protest a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
But did y'all see the people? Did y'all see the people out in the street when that bomb went off? Did y'all see the people? The people wasn't trying to attack that guy. They wasn't trying to identify. Them motherfuckers was running. They got videos of motherfuckers laughing. They got videos of motherfuckers pulling their phones out and shit. While these 2 motherfuckers set off a bomb and started running.
Yeah, exactly.
Like we ain't prepared for that.
What the fuck? I said, why aren't these people running? Like the guy yelled Allahu Akbar and he threw something. Why is it they just looked at him? I'm like, what is wrong with people?
Because we see pranks all day long, bro.
People niggas playing.
We see niggas playing all day long, bullshitting, laughing, joking, all kind of shit. But bro, you know what? There's a funny ass prank back in the day. These guys don't do it. But these 5 white kids, and they used to go to black neighborhoods. And they used to motherfucker put his book bag down, yell Allahu Akbar and run and shit. Like motherfucker, this shit is it's fodder. They'd be like they'd be walking around with clear backpacks for like $10,000 of fake money.
Oh yeah,
asking for directions shit. Bro, this is a game. These motherfuckers is playing. What I always say, Slade, everybody not fucking playing. You usually don't find out something's wrong until now. Black people, I love my people. Shouts to Cedric the Entertainer. But when we see one motherfucker start running, I don't give a damn if you ain't ran since high school. You're gonna break out into a full sprint and figure it out later. But I hate to say it, and I love my white people too. But y'all some nosy try to figure out what the fuck is going on, motherfuckers. What is that over there? What is he over there talking about?
What is he from?
Yeah, where's he from?
What's everybody running for?
Yeah, what's that guy yelling about?
You're running away.
And you're gonna get your shit blown up.
Yeah, he say all of that to the brain fragments on his face. Then he realized it's time to go. Then he realized it's time to leave. When the brain fragments on his face, all over his clothes. Then he want to leave.
Bro, and we've become a cell phone camera culture, bro. Somebody want to get the shit on camera and get it on their page. And we cannot say that that like we know how to react, because I'm telling you, motherfuckers just want to be like, bro. The main thing motherfucker want to do is say, did you see what they posted? Don't nobody know who the hell they is. And they just want to be the first person to get it on camera. Come on, man. We know we are not ready for any level of war on our shores.
He literally lit a fuse, dropped the goddamn bomb, turned around, saw the cops. One of the cops stepped over this shit. The other one jumped the fence to try to catch him. I'm like, yo, what the man? Listen, we are not prepared, bro.
And then I'm gonna tell you who really ain't prepared, Mongo. Maybe I hurt some of these niggas' hearts. All these niggas that be running around, the thugs, the motherfuckers that they'll kill each other. Now they'll kill each other for nothing.
Yeah.
Ask one of these motherfuckers to kill a terrorist come in the hood or some shit like that. They'll run just like everybody else.
Bro, they showed one of them boys' houses where he live at. 5-bedroom home, looked like a nice, beautiful neighborhood. You would never think, bro, but yeah, they got to get watched. It's crazy, man.
The overarching sentiment is no, we're not. I don't think we're prepared for any level of an attack here. And maybe soft is a different word. Maybe it's apathy. Maybe it's
bro, we haven't even addressed the potholes here in New York.
Hey, Brad.
On a full scale.
Up,
we definitely ain't ready.
So I got another. You already know me. I'm going the other way. So you all call it going
First
to sleep.
Off, good afternoon, Thunder.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Thunder. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, brother. So first of all,
let me put you on the big screen because I feel like you about to say something profound. So.
Nah, I ain't doing that. I ain't doing that.
Go ahead. No, not that. I'm saying whatever you about to say. Go ahead.
No, I said so. This is what we got, right? So I heard a brother about 4 or 5 minutes ago just speak to pretty much how I guess we'll just sheep at this point, right? To me, if you really reflect, you really look big picture, you look at all the foolishness going on in Tehran right now. You look at all the foolishness of what's going on in Ecuador, not Ecuador. Where we at over there killing them drug folks at?
Ecuador.
Okay, yeah. We look at what's happening in Ecuador, Venezuela. When you look at that sort of yeah, when you look at that sort of environment, right, and then you juxtapose that to where I am. Like you in New York, I'm in Atlanta, a couple of people in Florida, right? To me, that should instill a gratefulness to be in the greatest country that God ever made, bro. I'm gonna be true. Hold on.
Hey, listen, I'm not going to cut you off. I'm just going to laugh. My laughter, y'all keep going if I laugh, because I'm gonna laugh, bro. I can't stop that. But y'all keep going.
When you look at overall the even the ability for us to go to sleep, as y'all say, for us to even have that ability. Look at Israel. Can they go to sleep? Can Lebanon, Beirut, can they go to sleep? Them folks, they are living day by day in fear and panic. We are at Starbucks with our feet up. That's how great our country is, bro. And when you look at that sort of thing, you look at how the reason why I kicked back on Cora when he first talked about the quote unquote pedophile protector, for the FBI and Cash Patel and who's the head of DOJ? What's the lady name? The head of DOJ.
Bondi.
Yeah, Bondi, and you look at
Or
Nome.
Gabby, what's the name?
Yeah, you look at the Christian Nome, and you look at these people have such a intricate job, but it's also it's so important, man, that we overlook the work that the men and women are really doing, man, to help protect us, right? We overlook the I think y'all was talking about Cuba having the ability to attack us and stuff. If you knew anything about the Department of Defense, if you knew anything about the radars we have, if you knew anything about the missile defense that we really have, if you knew anything about Cheyenne Mountain and a lot of those, if y'all really did, I know for a fact, I know personally, if you knew the ability that we had, the initiative that we put in place, the submarines that's off our coast, if y'all really, how y'all think we know these dummies is coming over here from Venezuela in them drug boats? If you know the drone technology that we really have, y'all, you will have in my opinion, you'll have a deeper appreciation for where you live. And so to me, when I hear you all saying how people, truists in particular, saying how people are asleep, and it's because we have men and women working in the background that's making it so that we can.
Figure my computer out.
Who is this talking?
Fine.
I don't know. So I think somebody might have been off mute. I don't think nobody's cutting off.
So when you can you hear that?
Yeah, I hear it. Go ahead. Keep talking. I want to see it.
No, it's Cuban. It's Cuban. Mute your mic. Oh, okay. So when you have people in New York walking around like zombies looking at their phone, bro, it's because you got men and women in the background making it so that they can do that. We've been rocked to sleep. To me, if you say we've been rocked to sleep, that leads to the greatness of the country that you live in and the security that we have. And when you have two dummies that's going around talking about Allah Akbar and all this stuff, now I will say this. I
agree 100% with everything you saying right now.
That's
crazy, bro. I agree with you. That's why we are able to walk around unconscious, because of everything you said.
So when you see a person, not that's why we used to have Brads, and I'm sure you old enough to know this and remember this, man. We used to tell people, "Thank you for your service."
Yes, sir.
We used to really,
I said it the other day.
What do you mean we used to? I still do.
I said it yesterday to I said it yesterday to Contrary.
Listen to what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So now just oppose that to people saying anti-ICE and all this stuff, anti-military and all this silly stuff, man. When you just oppose that stuff about to what we really, that's why you have people who quote unquote classify themselves as quote unquote patriots now. That's why we got that, because you have a lot of people who really hate their country, man. You have a lot of people who don't highlight the greatness of where we live on a day-to-day basis. It shouldn't be something that we say during damn Veterans Day or Memorial Day. No, it should be something that we used to take it with us. Number one, because our brothers, our sisters, our mother and father was in the military. So we would never be around here bashing the military like what's going on now. Now, of course, like I think it was Corey, somebody said that their folks went to war to fight for them to be able to do that. Yeah, that's a fact. But that don't make it right either. Yeah, can you do it? Yeah. But that don't make it right, bro. So when you look at the missile defense that we have, when you look at the surface to air missiles, when you look at, now of course I will say this. One thing I know y'all probably been rocked to sleep. I think around about January, February, when we had those drones off the coast, right? Mm-hmm. We don't know on the east side. We don't know exactly. I still don't know or confirm what that was about. But I guarantee you, without no doubt, them folks in that big ass building in Maryland, that Pentagon, I guarantee you, they know what's going on and they know how to stop that shit.
Drones at the end of 2024, like in November
100%.
So when you looking at that, I don't know if they was actually testing something. I don't know if they were actually, I don't know what the hell they were doing. Nobody really knows, but I guarantee you that intel was collected. And I think in Huntsville, you know, I went to school in Huntsville. I went to school at Alabama A&M. So they moved Space Force to Huntsville from wherever it was. It's in Huntsville now. So now they have on the base on Redstone Arsenal, they have people. They have a whole division that's dedicated to what drone defense. So now that's a thing. We see, you know, a lot of people. You know, we probably have about 5 or 6 people killed by drones over there in Iran right now. So now we stepping it up. We got the surface to air. We got the air to air. Now we got the air to ground, and then now we about to get this drone technology going. So we, of course, they have lasers. We have satellites deployed in right now to help out. Matter of fact, they're actually deploying it in Iran right now. We got satellite technology that's helping to defend those troops over there and those areas. So, bro, what I'm telling, big picture, when you got people like us, man, that really and don't take it for granted what the hell going on and how we've been protected all this time. We have a different way of viewing things. We got a different outlook, a different passion toward loving the country compared to being a hater all the time because Donald Trump in office, blah, blah. It shouldn't even matter. I don't even care who the president is. That should have nothing to do with y'all hating the country. Yeah, slavery, I get it, no problem, do your thing. But bro, you know, for that to materialize into the level of hate that some of y'all have for the country, to me, is reprehensible, and it's a shame, and it shows just a lack of awareness about how great the country really is. I'm good. I'm done.
I think that speaks to us. I appreciate that. Cuban, you're welcome to. We had to mute you, but hopefully you can participate. I just want to say something real quick. I think also remember when we had these conversations, maybe everybody don't catch all of it. I'm grateful. I don't think anybody said they weren't grateful. I think we were talking about the movie Nuremberg and how a lot of the arguments all the time are, well, look at what the United States does all the way around the globe. I'm just an American Thunder that understands that the shit that our country does above our pay grade and the things that are within our pay grade that we understand all across the globe, they just allow us at the beginnings of a war that could lead to a world war. It does allow us to be able to, while I am grateful for being over here, I also understand the hypocrisy of their focus. We're in the middle of a war, potentially a world war with a Middle Eastern power. And the only thing that we're concerned about in regards to that war, for the most part, not all of us, but for the most part, based on the media and the news that's coming out, is how the gas prices are about to go up. And these people are losing uncles, aunts, fathers, grandmothers. They're losing generations of their families in bombs, whether it's from us or Israel or whoever, allies, whatever. But over here in this continental United States, we're just concerned about, I hope the gas don't get too high. Or maybe some drone that possibly could come off the West Coast. Or in New York right now, we're still going crazy because Ernie Anastas died yesterday.
Yo, Brass, that is such a profound statement you made. I'm just worried about the goddamn gas.
Yeah. So it's not that we're not grateful, Thunder. It's just sometimes when you humble out, hypocrisy, when other people point it out, I don't think is as effective when you point it out yourself. So I know for a fact, their news in Al Jazeera is leading with bombings and bodies. Our news is leading with gas prices and shit that on the larger scale just ain't important. So while I am proud to be and grateful, I tell every time, I said just last week, if y'all motherfuckers don't realize y'all hit the lottery being born in the United States, you know, I got pushed back from that, but I know I'm glad that I was born here in these United States. I'm glad to be born, but the lottery was being born in the United States because I know a lot of the things that I do to take care of my family and to get things done, I couldn't do in other places. It wouldn't even have the opportunity. So, or just the ability to speak on Discord about our country. That's what we fought for too, Thunder. So when I know you feel it's reprehensible, but we also fought for the right for people to be able to freely speak about the country, because in particular, like Iran, you can't speak too much about Iran before you're thrown in jail or killed. So, I'm grateful. I know me, I am grateful. I just recognize the hypocrisy. Cuban, you want to go, or does somebody else want to go in? What's up, Didi?
What's up?
Cuban, you don't want to go? You
No, bro. I agree with you, bro. We all hit the genetic line to be born here. That's just a fact. I don't like some things, like maybe Cuban, but I mean, what you're saying is real. And at some times we should be grateful. I know it's fucked up in some ways over here, but bro, a lot of us don't get to places and see things in these other countries. See, like, damn, this shit is fucked up. A lot of us American people, we don't really get a chance to do that. So I agree with you. I've seen shit other places, and yeah, it make you, yeah, I want to get back, turn on this goddamn cable TV in my heat and fix me a goddamn drink. You know what I'm saying?
I don't really gotta go.
Hold on. We cut Cuban. Go ahead, Cuban.
Bye-bye.
If you're talking, we can't hear you, brother. You're off mute, but we can't hear you. Maybe go out and come back. Yeah. While he's going out and coming back, I think, or can y'all hear Cuban and I can't hear him?
Nah, I can't hear Cuban at all.
Okay. Just go out and come back, Cuban. I think, like in the chat, shouts to the chat, it says Black people have the right to feel however they want about this country. I fully agree. Pure Black says this country doesn't love us. Westside says this dude Thunder is clueless. America does a lot of bullshit around the world. Stop capping. American hegemony is fading. The paper tiger is in diapers. And then Saran Lada 111109 says, grateful that I could speak out on my country and still love my country. I pay taxes here. I think that sums it up for me. I know I live in a country where if we told them, sad to say, remember what was that cup that was going crazy last year during the holidays? I got like 10 of these damn cups. I can't get rid of them now. The Stanley cups, right? I'm sure when we get our mind around trends and different things that we want, or we get our mind around a specific sugar or something to a soda that we want, if it took some regime change in another country, but that just so some shit like that wouldn't get cut off, I mean, you gotta say we're kind of spoiled, bro. We don't really care. We pull presidents out of other people's beds, and we just be concerned about, like, what he did. We make memes and reels and laugh at it. So we gotta keep it real, somewhat. But I don't know if Cuban's back or anybody else want to.
I can't believe some of the things that I just heard.
Oh, let's go, Reggie. I ain't know you in here. What's up, brother?
Today, I'm feeling too well, and I'm in my bed, and so I can't bring up.
Just turn your volume up just a little bit. We can't really hear you. And I hope you feel better, bro.
Then I have to talk loud. I thought let me just check my mic. See, it says.
Let me see if I can just turn your thumbnail volume up. That way you can keep it. Can I do that, DQ? Can I just turn the volume of his
My input device, my input volume is at its highest, so I don't
No,
know.
I'm saying I can do it for the Discord. Go ahead, say something.
Yeah, you good, Rich.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, it's much better. It's much better.
I thought Malik, was he talking?
No. He came in, he didn't say anything. I think he's having issues with his connection.
All
He
right.
getting the set up.
You're not blocked, IBM. You good?
Okay. So I don't know how long I'm gonna be on before I'm gonna put my head on a pillow. All right.
Okay,
Get well soon, brother Reggie.
Yeah, I did it to myself. I did it to
This
myself.
weather we got out here, Reggie, I understand, because somebody of your
Malik is-
age and stature, it was 80 degrees on Monday and Tuesday. It was 40 yesterday. So
Yeah,
I'm pretty
well,
sure that might have had a small effect.
No. I can live in New York, like New York and New Jersey. We know what it is, right?
Yeah, this is normal.
Yeah, so I packed up my coat and then I went in the closet and pulled up the coat. But Malik is there, so if Malik can speak, I'll let him speak first. But I can't believe some of the bullshit that I just heard.
Don't pass out. Save that vigor.
Can you guys hear me now?
We can hear you now. Save that vigor. I want to hear all that good vitriol. Yes, we can hear you now. Can you hear us? We can hear you.
Feel ready to take that low starting.
You should wear hats in the house.
Feel ready to take that low starting and kick back.
I can't
Y'all,
believe
we laugh at
I can't believe the bullshit that I just heard.
I need you to put names to the bullshit. We trying something new.
Where is Thunder?
There it
There's
is.
all of this. And who was the one who says something about it was Thunder? It was Thunder.
Good afternoon, Reg. Good afternoon, Reg. How you doing, man?
Oh, I'm doing fine. I'm doing fine. Good to hear from you. But I disagree.
Okay, good. I apologize. I didn't mean to offend you, man, or get you riled up. But I'm interested to know where you disagree.
Yeah. Okay. So the part that I heard was set aside slavery and all of that, right? I need to run back your exact words, right? Slavery helped build this damn country. And this country has never repaid those Africans that lost their lives, that went through the greatest misery any group of people have. And then the thing about it is, okay, this particular president, right? He represents a certain group of Americans, not all Americans, right? The other presidents, most of all the other presidents, most of the last presidents in the last 60 years understood the contributions of Black folks. And then they understood for their own survival. Even the Republican Party, the Republican, both the Republican and the Democrats fed on our votes because that's the system, right? Until they had to deal with our votes, right? So once you had stronger voting rights, right, then all these presidents had to deal with the populations of Black folks. They had to give more. Add to that, they gave as little as they possibly can. Now, yes, I'm an American, but I'm a descendant of Africans living in America. That is primary to me. My life.
Exactly where this place was at.
40, I could say right now, I spent 40 years of my life trying to understand what happened to us and how we have normalized our pain to the point that we don't even ask for it. Somebody speaking. Malik, you speaking? No, because Malik was next before I go into my goddamn rant.
Just
So,
I'm just. Can you hear me or no?
yes.
Okay, all right. I had to fix the sound because it was weird. Because
You know what?
before,
You could
oh, go
take
ahead.
off your video. No. I'm going to defer to you, but you could take off your video. That will help your bandwidth. Where did Malik go?
No, I really I just wanted to hear what everybody had to say. There's numerous things that I agree to disagree with, and
Can you just speak a little
just for
louder,
me,
Cuban?
it's kind of pointless because I think many of you here know my position on things,
Cuban.
and I just want to listen.
Okay.
It's giving me content for my channel,
Okay, cool.
for like talking points.
Okay. Go ahead, Reggie. Or
My
Thunder, if you want to
understanding, I've
respond.
had some of the greatest professors in Black studies that money can buy. Right? Whether I took their personal classes or I went to meet them, I talked to everybody, almost everybody, right? From Gerald Horn to Henry Louis Gates to Cornel West to Dr. Malefi Asante. All of them are doctors, by the way. So I didn't want to say a doctor that act like one person is not a doctor, right? I've spoken to. I've been 3 feet away from Minister Louis Farrakhan. I've talked to Dr. Khalid Muhammad many times. Talked to Malcolm's widow, Betty Shabazz, many times. I've even stood and listened to Bishop Tutu, 3 feet from Bishop Tutu. I was in the United States. I was at the Schomburg Center. I met Aristide in the same week that he was being dethroned, right? And then, of course, it's Dr. Leonard Jeffries, Dr. John Henry Clark, Dr. Joseph Benjo Cannon, but that's in another body of work, largely. Amos Wilson, all of them, right? Now, and of course, I've studied Sada Shakur. I wrote the Black City Plan. If you ever read the Black City Plan in the full volume, then you've known how I've analyzed Black history. I am not anti-American. I am not anti-United States, right? I'm not either of those. But I'm not going to be delusional at every time that my group of people tried to organize to find something, from the Noble Drew Ali to Marcus Garvey to the Nation of Islam to Republic of New Africa to El Hajj Malik El Shabazz, Malcolm X to Martin Luther King. All of our and believe it or not, it's few known, more not known, that the United States government has taken the time out, right, to further exploit us after slavery, right? To the point that I live in New York, you can count on your fingers, right? How you could go to Wall Street. There's one little goddamn sign I went there. One little goddamn sign for Wall Street where they sold us straight off the ships, off the docks, right? Seneca Village. If you know anything about Seneca Village, well, me and Dr. Leonard Jeffries, we worked to get signage for Seneca Village. So to roughly 2018, there was only one goddamn sign in Central Park for Seneca Village, right? I've been through all the many of the historical Black churches in New York. I've worked as a activist in many ways, Black political activist, just a Black let's say, Black Power activist, right? A Black history activist. I've done all of that, right? Now, and I worked at the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture at the New York Public Library. And you can Google me, Brother Reggie Mabry, whatever. You can Google me and you can find more than 15 news clips or more of my name. Now, with that, I've got to sit down and try to analyze America. And analyze what some of our, not only our scholars, but the people prior to them, Frederick Douglass, 4th of July is a sham. And his whole important quote, if there is no struggle, there is no progress. Those who profess to favor freedom yet deprecate agitation, or men and women who want the crops without plowing up the ground. They want the rain without the thunder and lightning. They want the oceans without its awful roars of the many waters. Power conceives nothing without a demand. Power conceives nothing without demand. It never did, it never will. Find out just what these people will quietly submit to, and you will find out the exact measure of injustice and wrong which will be opposed upon them. And these will continue until they're resisted with either words or blows or both. Limits of tyrants are prescribed by the endurance of those whom they oppress. Right? That quote was drilled in me. That speaks to my life. Now, we could be American, which we are, and we could say we love this country, and we do, right? But we always have to ask the question, does America love us? Does America love us? Or does America have to love us? Right? Or are we the richest slaves in the world? We, the richest slaves in the world. We're at the bottom. We enjoy some freedoms, right? If you call them freedoms. Until you get too powerful, right? Until you get too powerful. Now, when I'm talking to someone about this love for America, I need to know if they love their people, their kinfolks, as much or as part of loving America. And that's my problem, because I find that people don't know the history of your parents, your grandparents, and your kinfolks. Many of us don't even know, right, our lineage, our family lineage, what grandma went through, what great-grandma went through, right? But they love the news. They love what's presented in front of them. They love the propaganda, but they don't love the pain. I grew up, my daddy was a sharecropper. My daddy's daddy was a sharecropper. My grandmother's father was a sharecropper. And my father was 13 on the damn farm, and I would have been 13A or 13 and a half on the farm in Hopgood, North Carolina, Edgecombe County. And that was in 65. My daddy, he left the farm. Right? His cousin was a serviceman, and he traveled the world, and he traveled cities, and he decided that Brooklyn would be our new home. And one by one, in homes that were just a single family home, maybe 2 rooms, 3 rooms, one at a time, they brought family members into that for a while, helped them get jobs, and then brought others. Right? Do this, America. I was born in 65. I couldn't even look in a white man in his eyes. I had to have my hands in my pocket, outside my pocket. And if I needed to talk to a white man, I had my daddy told me, let me talk. You don't say nothing. Now, that doesn't take away the simple fact that I'm an American. Right? Doesn't take away the fact that I live in the United States. Right? Doesn't take away any of that. But when I look at my birth certificate, my daddy's birth certificate, my mother's my birth certificate, my daddy was a Negro, my mama was a Negro, and I was a Negro in 1965. A Negro.
Hey, Reggie, when you get a chance, I want to allow Thunder to respond. When you get a chance.
Yeah, I know this. I know this. So the simple fact is, and when I talk to somebody who I will talk to Thunder, right? I'm telling you my position. My position is that I've studied Black folks in America, right? And I've seen all of their different strategies, right? To the point that we put ourselves into organizations. We created organizations to help us, all the way down from the African Lodge, the African Benevolent Societies, organizations, until Carl Stokes became mayor. When Carl Stokes became mayor in 1968, first Black mayor, we had some semblance of being able to control or manage a government, right? But we effed that up. How we effed that up is because many of the Black radicals who couldn't sense the change, they sabotaged Carl Stokes. So his mayorship was really short, but outside of that, mayors started popping up. Black folks started understanding that we need to use our organizations to get political power. Okay, I've said enough about my position, or at least my understanding. So I want to hear Thunder.
Sorry, just real quick, I'm trying out this new thing where everybody just stay on mute while somebody talking. So just when y'all just realize when nobody's cutting you off, if no one's cutting you off, just realize it ain't because, realize it's because everybody's just waiting until somebody's trying to fully finish a thought. So just remember that. Chat said, before you go, Thunder, chat says, Reggie dropping gems, y'all ain't ready. Logic says, why does it always seem like Reggie's in danger? Oh my God, bro. I be having this is fun. Kyle says, are people confusing being broke with being a slave? IBM, I can't say that live, IBM. Kyle says, somebody give Reggie a calendar ASAP. He thinks it's 1943. IBM says, Reggie, these youngins don't get it. Chef says something I wanted to go back to while you was talking. I think this is West Side. It says Reggie's socialist ideology is slowly seeping out in these conversations. Tell said Reggie is cooking. Chief X says I was born free. No shit, Chief X. Y'all can claim that shit, but I'm free. And Chef said something. What did he say? Oh, he said, what the hell is... Oh, yeah, okay. So, yeah, these are all... I want to go to the chat from time to time. Maybe change the narrative, bring down the tension a little bit. Go ahead. Just in case y'all in the panel want to comment in the chat, that'd be good, too. Go ahead, Thunder.
I definitely agree with my brother Kyle. 1943 was a long time ago. You said your daddy was a sharecropper, Reggie. I'm not even sure what that all consists of. But you did say at some point he left and he moved to Brooklyn, right? Shout out to him. And I guess from there you went from the Brooklyn to the Bronx, and here we are today. Reggie, we've all been in good relationships and bad relationships, right? Even our kids, we have good times and bad times with them. But if we were to give a eulogy at a funeral, it would be more good than bad. It probably wouldn't even be in the bad at all, actually. Plenty of gang members have died, and all of a sudden they just the perfect angel and went to heaven some kind of way. Because that's how we want to view them. We don't judge them from their past. We look more sort of, I guess, what we envision them to be. When you look at, I'm sorry.
Yeah, give me a little bit more volume. Your microphone's going low and then high.
Let me just turn it. So when you look at a lot of the talking points Reggie brought out, same old conscious community talking points, right? We've heard them all before. And we're used to them at this point. The reason why, I think it was Fetty. Fetty's a young man, and he had dissenting view from Reggie, and he pointed out how Reggie would pretty much lambast the damn country. I mean the community. Whenever we disagreed with him, and I think that's the same thing he's doing for the United States of America for some odd reason. I have no clue. Other than being a scorned lover or something like that, this kind of what this reminds me of, a scorned lover. We do understand that the atrocities that this country has committed against Black people should never be forgotten and should always be remembered. We definitely get that. But we also, to me, is absolutely retarded. Makes no sense. There's sometimes when you have great times with your girlfriend, especially when y'all laid up, you're doing your thing, and there's certain times when she get on your nerves. That's just factual. Can't get around that. There's certain times where America is the greatest place that we've ever lived and we're ever going to live. That's just a fact. There's also certain times where America does certain things that we don't agree with. That matter of fact, sometimes even detrimental to us. That's also a fact. But to not acknowledge the greatness, if everybody heard Reggie, and I'm glad he did what he did. I don't know why he did it, but I'm glad he did it. He highlighted my point. He did a great job of it. That was a full cover-to-cover illustration of what I'm talking about. How angry Black men spend more time bashing the country than praising the country. That was my whole point. I didn't say you had to agree with everything that America has done. I vehemently disagree with the Democratic Party and what they did to Black people and what they are doing to Black people. I vehemently disagree with abortion being all over the damn place. I mean, millions of damn Black babies being killed. And the Democratic Party is promoting that shit. I vehemently disagree with all these faggots walking around here that the Democratic Party keep promoting and keep spreading. I vehemently disagree with how the Democratic Party has our Black people making their transition from a man to a woman. I vehemently disagree with what this country is doing and how Obama had damn gay flags at the damn at the White House. Had gay lights. Don't you ever get the Reggie? Don't you ever? Let me say it, nigga. I apologize. Don't you ever get it twisted, my boy, my man, elder. Don't get it twisted to think I'm just sucking the rod of America. No, that's not what I'm doing. But I'm also saying that there are some great parts to this country My overall point was, if you were to listen to the whole thing, especially before I talked, we had men that was saying how New York has been rocked to sleep. We had two, I don't know what they were, some Iranians or whoever the hell they are, and we got two black people now that's involved in terror attacks, and how the country has been rocked to sleep since 9/11. That was the whole point of what I was saying. We can disagree with the history and even the present and somewhat the future of America. We can disagree with that. No problem. I've always highlighted the things I disagree with as far as this country's concerned. But don't get it twisted in thinking that makes me hate the damn country. That is what my point was. When you live not acknowledge that you live in the greatest thing that's ever been created. I don't care what the atrocities they've committed. Go take your ass to Nigeria right now and say you're a Christian and see what'll happen to you. Now you do the same thing here and see what'll happen to you. You live in the greater country that God created, man. And to not fully highlight that every time you speak negatively. That was my allegory far as
because I know it ain't nothing but bullshit.
But that's the overall point of what I was saying when you say your son died at the by being a gang member. But guess what? At the funeral, he probably beat you up. He probably sold drugs. That nigga probably killed 10 people. But at the funeral, you don't hear nothing about that, bro. You hear how he got his wings on and he flying away to heaven. That's what you hear. Even in a funeral with a known gang member, that was a detriment to our society, that family can still get up there and say how great of a person they was. That was the whole point, Reggie. I ain't saying that America hasn't committed atrocities against us, and I'm still doing it. I just highlighted 3 or 4 cases. The Democratic Party has us a burden 40.
When you yell, we lose connection.
Okay.
When you yell, you lose connection. It's messing with your microphone.
I got you. When you have 40, 50 million babies, black babies, being aborted by these women nowadays, that's an atrocity against black people that you don't ever highlight. When I will sit down and we actually have our Q&A, Reggie, I'm gonna make you give an account for what the hell you keep voting for. You keep voting, you keep talking against the president. I'm gonna get up, Reggie. Get up, Reggie. I'm gonna make you speak up for your Democratic Party. The atrocity they committed against us. The shit you talking is the shit the Democratic Party did against us, not America. That's the Democratic Party that you don't damn highlight. And I'm gonna make your ass sit your ass right in that same hot seat that I sat there. I ain't talking about that Sarnetta bullshit y'all do. I'm talking about me and you. I'm talking about me and you. I'm gonna make your black ass give an account for what you are continuously voting for. Now I hear that you have made a switch to the Republican Party. Congratulations. I'm proud of you. Thank you for getting off that plantation. But I'm gonna still make you give an account for all the bullshit you've been damn pushing by way of your vote. I'm gonna make you give an account. And you ain't gonna have no choice to sit there. Hold on. You whoever that is. I'm gonna make your ass give an account for what your party that you continuously vote for. Shout out to Shefford. I'm gonna look from what I hear, you're gonna do something about why black people need to keep voting for Democrat. I don't know if you did it yet. I've been busy. I ain't had a chance to look at it. But if it's up, I'm gonna look at it. And I'm gonna make your black ass give an account too. I'm gonna make all y'all niggas who keep bashing the Republican Party and who keep bashing the president give an account for what the hell. So Reggie, make no mistake. I ain't sitting here sucking the rod of America, my boy. I understand that America has done some atrocities. I understand that America has done some atrocities against the black people and are still doing it. I get it. But make no mistake. the vehicle that the country has used to do it ain't just from the FBI, ain't just from the CIA. It's from the party that your ass continuously promotes and represents. I'm done.
All right, hey, all right, so cool. I'm capping everybody from this point, everyone from this point to about 3 minutes and 30 seconds. So y'all get all y'all points out, but try to get it out fast. Hey, everybody can get 15, 20 minutes. Everybody can't get 20 minutes.
Now Thunder. Now Thunder.
3 minutes starting now.
No, I need more than 3 minutes.
You go
if you heard what I said I am an American. I said that I live in the United States. I accept that. I talked about a little bit about my family history.
No doubt, Reggie, you did that. But you also spent
no,
30 minutes.
Damn mic.
Oh no, wait. Are y'all going back and forth, or y'all going 3 minutes, 5 minutes? What are y'all doing?
No.
Because there's other people that want to talk. There's other people that want to talk too. So are y'all going to have a
that's fine. But first, I have to address what I said. I said nothing against Thunder.
Okay, good.
Okay, 5 minutes. Reggie, starting now. Mute your mic. Let me say 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Go ahead, Reggie.
Let me say something real quick, though. I'm sorry. What? Hold on. Hold on. If he responds, I'm gonna have to respond to him.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I prefer y'all be in a position to go back and forth. But we got 14 people on the panel, and a couple people came off mute, so I don't want to turn it into, there's in the new age of everybody being quiet. We do gotta limit when people talking. If nobody else can talk, we got to limit the time because other people want to talk too. So y'all can go back and forth for about 10 minutes. Cool, but y'all can't get 5 minutes because then he gonna want to respond. You know what I'm saying? So I prefer y'all at this point talk back and forth.
I don't really have to wait. My point is I don't really have to respond. I said nothing negative. I only talked about the simple fact that this country has been involved in the greatest crime against Black folks, right? And that's history, right? I didn't condemn anybody. The only person that I would talk more about is Donald J. Trump, right? Now, there's a big difference, and I don't have to argue because I don't feel well. I don't have to feel well. But there's one big distinction between me and Thunder, right? I have a proven record. I just don't have feelings when I have a approach to trying to make change, right? So I'm not a couch potato, right? With feelings, right? That may be flying some flag. Right? I do more. I put myself in the process. So if I'm not going to have no big conversation about unless you start talking, unless someone starts talking about, and I respect if you feel a certain type of way and you are an activist. But if you ain't got no proven work, I'm not going to argue with you. And about this conscious community stuff and all of that, no. You have to look at what I do in this conscious community. I provide facts. I provide research. I correct people, right? I'm an outstanding citizen, right? In general, my family's involved in politics. I'm involved in politics, right? Prove it. I vote for Democrat candidates and I vote for Republican candidates, right? I do all of that. So I don't know what Thunder just said because I don't know. I don't know what his track record is, right? I've been in federal court for rights myself. I've held 4 or 5 people in federal court, in state court, right? For rights. To live up to the American dream. So I'm gonna stop. Thank you for giving me at least 5 minutes.
Yeah.
But what Thunder just said about me, None of that shit apply to me. I ain't no little kid. I'm 60 goddamn 1 years old. I ain't no little kid. This conscious community shit that you call it, I'm not part. I'm a part of it because I come in and try to help. And I listen to both sides, right? Except for the religious dogma about people that don't even know the history of the Bible. Right? So whatever Thunder said about me, he misapplied me. And that's what I want to say. Otherwise, I'm going to mute my mic.
All right, good. So, Reggie, I don't know what you think I said about you, but everybody heard, and everybody heard my point. Everybody, my overall point was we do too much bitching and complaining, especially at the conscious community, in regards to this country, and we don't do enough of appreciation. Everybody that was here, Brass, you heard me say this. Everybody heard me say this.
Yeah,
Everybody.
so is that what you?
So I know,
Wait,
hold
yeah,
on.
we don't want to hear it. No, because I feel well. I can argue with you.
All right, well, go. Hey, wait. Hey, so Thunder, take 3 minutes, and then we're gonna open up the floor.
Okay, good. No,
Okay,
I
no
don't need 3 minutes. So is that what you was doing when the Democrats was in charge? Go ahead. Oh, my bad.
Come on, bro. We're trying to keep it. Come on, I need you to be with me, brother. I need you to be with me. Well, I just need to keep the sanity of it, and then we'll get into some back and forth. But let him get his 3 minutes, and then I'll give the floor to you. Go ahead, Mujo. Go ahead.
I love the new format. Number one, shout out to you. I'm glad you did it, and I'm glad Corey actually pushed for this. This is something that we should have been doing. Instead of all this chaos, everybody take your time uninterrupted and get your thought out. I like it. But Reggie, what I was I ain't bash you. I ain't dog your name. I said I'm gonna make you give an account.
You called me a
That's what I
nigga.
said.
You called me a nigga.
Reggie,
You actually called me a nigga. And I didn't say nothing.
Reggie, now everybody heard me say I did say that, but I said that not, but I immediately caught myself. I said, "Oh, my bad, Reg." Everybody heard this, right? Everybody heard this. So when I'm saying nigga, that is just conversational. I wasn't trying to degrade you, and I knew you was gonna take it like that. That's why I immediately apologized when I said it. So don't red herring me with no, oh, you come in. No, you're not gonna do that. Everybody on here heard me apologize immediately. You didn't ask for it. Nobody asked me to apologize. I did it on my own, right? So number one, that's number one. Let me get back to what I was saying, Reggie. My whole point was we spend as a community, we spend too much time bashing this country and not stating why we are here in the first damn place. That's why you had so many white people telling us to take our ass back to Africa. That's why. It wasn't because they were like, oh, we hate y'all niggas to go. No, it's because we were bitching and complaining. And we wasn't really appreciating, like you say, I think Brad said, man, how we done hit the lottery, just even being here. How many black people you ever heard say that? He the first one I heard say it. We had the lottery being here. My whole point was not to turn a blind eye to what this country has done and what they are doing. I just highlighted 4 or 5 things that they are doing. I just said it. So, but make no mistake. Although my son died as a gang member, I'ma still go up there and say how great of a person he was and how he put his angel wings on and he flied away to Jesus Christ at the funeral. At some point, dog, I think just too many folks spend too much time, like Kaya say, in the past. It's okay to do the Sankofa stuff. It's okay to acknowledge the atrocities. It's okay. But it should be okay to say, man, we live in the greatest country that God ever created. And I'm glad to be here. And guess what? You can't even make me leave. Do you understand how many of these damn immigrants? Shout out to Cuba. You don't understand how many of these immigrants would damn shoot up the block if somebody tried to make them leave this country and go.
Hey, you got 30 seconds, but at some point you're gonna have to explain why you said shout out to Cuban before you said that.
No, because he gotta explain what y'all
wow. No, stop. Hey, that wasn't an invitation for everybody to jump in. That wasn't an invitation for everybody to jump in. Thunder, you got 30 seconds.
Listen, all right.
And that was 4 minutes.
No.
You work with me. Work with me, my brother.
Come on, Tuck.
Come on, Tuck.
Nah,
I'm trying to take us somewhere else. Go ahead.
You got to get me a little longer. I got to address what you asked first.
Okay, 90 seconds, but 90, and then we're moving on.
All right,
shout out to Reggie. Shout out to Reggie. Switching over.
90.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No problem.
Y'all making this difficult. Y'all asked for this, but I don't think y'all really wanted
So
to be able to get y'all started. Go ahead.
The reason why I said shout out to Cuba is because I had to apologize to him for calling people, calling country shithole.
I got it.
Yeah. So I said shout out to him. So I didn't want to offend him by saying what I'm saying.
But shout out to Cuban for making you better and look at that a little different.
There you go. Exactly. That's who I am. Shout out to Stu Pease for saying that, when I called MLK a nigga, he corrected me and I immediately apologized. Shout out to him. I'm a man that I don't mind being corrected, bro. You just correct me. I'm cool. Okay, now give me my 30 seconds. Now, 30 seconds to end. We have a lot of black people that bled and died for their country, not just at the hands of the country. See that the problem I have is we have too many people acknowledge how the Democratic Party killed off so many black people, right? But we don't have enough people who had fully acknowledged how many black people willfully served their country and willfully, put their life on the line for our freedoms and giving them props see, that was the whole point. If you go back, give me maybe 15, if you go back and look at the original me talking, that was what I was saying, how we don't say thank you for your service. And it wasn't to just say, hey man, slavery never existed. No, I'm just saying how we don't acknowledge the greatness of our country. That was the whole point, Reggie. Okay, I'm done.
All right. Who wants to come into the conversation? Hold on, Reggie. All right, 1 second. Let me take them off of me. Anybody else want to say something? Take a couple minutes, or y'all gonna let them go back and forth? You got your opportunity to speak now.
I'm just gonna figure out how we slaves in 2020.
Go ahead, Fetty. Go ahead, Fetty.
Oh, no, that's all I was saying.
No.
Fetty, hey, Fetty, go ahead. Let Tuck go. Tuck, go ahead. 3 minutes.
So wait. So was it a bunch of complaining that you was doing? When I won't go back and forth. So was it a bunch of complaining that you was doing when the Democrats was doing all they was doing? So now you on the other side, and other people who don't agree with the shit, they bitching and complaining. That's what you saying now. That's ridiculous. You being ridiculous. And Brass, he just put you in there with him. He said lottery. You see how they take that shit and run with it, Brass?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, it's all good. I'm used to it.
We gotta be grateful, man.
We did hit the lottery. That's a fact.
Hold on. He going back and forth.
You weren't supposed to cut me off, Eddie. Yeah, we going back and forth. So Thunder, was you bitching and complaining when they was doing all the aborting and all that shit that you didn't like, or was you just stating the shit that you didn't like?
No, okay. So if you want to know my history, my history was. I want
to know the question that I asked.
I'm you ain't gotta be hostile, my brother. I'm answering your question.
Yeah, I do. A little bit.
Why? I ain't never been hostile to you too. So
you said a lot though, Thunder. You said a lot.
We're gonna give you a time to respond.
Well, then do me a favor. You said a lot. Hold on, Thunder. You said a lot. Hey, take 60 seconds and at least bring up more things than just that.
I really don't got the time though, Brad.
Okay, I got you.
It's just some shit. It's some shit, and I know he said it on purpose. That's a shot to the heart. It's just crazy to say, and he know what he's doing. But that's why he involved you in it. He started involving people in it. Go ahead.
Let me respond. So you asked me about what you asked me about? Oh, was I doing this before, right? So I was just like every other black person, bro. I was voting down party lines and just unaware of what was going on. So everybody heard of the KKK and all this stuff and Jim Crow. We all heard about it, but nobody ever really talks about how the hell the KKK born in the first place. Who the hell put in the Jim Crow laws? Who voted against the Civil Rights Act in 1964? And they had to come back up in 1963.
Wait, Thunder. I asked you specifically about, was you the one bitching and complaining? Just last term when Biden was the president, was you in the position you talking about now about people who was on the Democratic side complaining now about Donald Trump. Was that you when Biden was in office?
No,
Was you the one
I ain't
bitching?
never,
You up? You still doing it
I
now?
never
You
said,
bringing up shit from
I
back then?
never,
Okay, go ahead, Thunder.
I ain't never bash Joe Biden. I don't bash presidents, bro. That ain't what I do. That's not my thing. I just look at it, certain things I agree with, certain things I don't agree with. It ain't no F
And that's
Biden. I
what
ain't never said let's
is
go
that what we
beat
doing right
Biden.
now? Stop, Thunder. Is that what we doing right now? Certain things we agree with, certain things we don't agree with.
No, it's certain things we don't agree with.
That's
There's no certain
exactly
thing we
what you
agree with.
said.
It's certain things we don't agree with.
And are
You
you
don't,
more
you know,
boisterous now
Can I hear why
because
Reggie
it's so
changed? I
precious?
want to hear why Reggie changed. I really would like to hear why Reggie changed.
Okay,
well, you
we'll
need to
get to that. Hold that. Put a
finish.
pin in that. Let them sort it out. They got 2 minutes, and then
Let
Reggie
Chuck,
can answer that question for you. Y'all go back and y'all really not going back and forth. Y'all just talking, but it ain't really like I
Yeah,
don't
that's
think
what
y'all
we're supposed to be
getting to.
doing. That's what we're supposed to be
But
doing.
y'all
Though.
not getting
Because
to a what's the crux of your
that's what I'm
disagreement?
trying to.
That's
That's
what
what
I
I'm
need.
trying to That's what I'm trying to understand, Brad. So he
Okay.
say we bitching and complaining now. So, but that's exactly what they was doing. But that's what you do when your party loses. That's what you do. You don't
oh
agree with
no,
nothing. That's right.
Chuck, I'm not talking about a party, bro. I'm talking about people
Who with
bashing
the
the
abortion?
country.
So who with the abortion stuff? What party is that? That's
Chuck,
the
my
Democrats,
overall
right?
point was the atrocities that people that this country are. Okay, black people are. We spend a lot of time bashing the country, right? But we don't spend enough time praising the country. So my overall point was Reggie pointed out how his daddy was a sharecropper and all this other stuff, which is fine, no problem. He brought up a lot of stuff in the past, but he don't bring up how great he said I'm an American and I'm a U.S. citizen. That was the only thing he said about the country. He never said anything positive about the country.
Aborting wasn't in the past. That ain't in the past. You ain't talking about a specific party when you do that.
Abortion is right now.
Yeah, but
The
the
reason why
people that's in office, your Republican Party is for abolishing all of that shit, though, right?
yes, to a certain
Right.
extent,
So now, so now it ain't. So now it ain't bitching and complaining. Now it's the right. See, that's what I'm talking about. Y'all get on one side and y'all just fight with one hand. So what Reggie was saying
you
was,
look at this.
stop. I'm talking now.
You look at
He's
this.
saying,
Go ahead.
Republicans don't want to get rid of it. They left it to the states.
Tony, you're not in this, brother. You gotta wait, brother. Show some
man,
restraint.
let them go. I got to get back to it. It just he just said so much. I just had to stop him. Go ahead, Thunder.
Okay, give me 20 seconds. So
Okay, I give you 30, and then Tony and Reggie go, or Fetty if you want to jump in. Go ahead.
So overall, my point was, Fed, it wasn't about politics. I wasn't making a political argument. I was saying, I think maybe I just do a poor job of convening what I'm saying. My point was, Reggie, he acknowledges all of the slavery. He acknowledged all of the sharecrow and all this other stuff, right? But he ain't not the overall point. See, y'all joined too late. Y'all didn't hear how we was talking about how we was rocked to sleep during after 9/11. That was the point. That is so we now we to the point where it seemed like I'm defending America and what they did. No, I'm talking. You can bash the country as much as y'all can. But I don't spend any time. I don't spend as much time doing that as I do walking around Piedmont Park with all these doggone gay people with these rainbow flags, enjoying myself. You asked me, then you said, Reggie, you point out how I don't know what you don't know. You don't know it about me. I guess you don't know about me, right?
After you said we hit the lottery. After you said we hit the lottery. Yeah, all right. I heard you, Thunder.
Yeah.
All right. Let's move forward.
Okay, good. Let me move forward. So what I'm saying is that we
put brother Reggie in the queue because
okay, good.
Tony Light,
no problem.
Stop. Tony Light,
Can I say one thing real quick?
Yes, Fetty.
I was gonna say I just don't. I mean, being compared to a slave in any form or fashion in 2026, I think is a slap in the face to those who actually went through slavery. That's all I want.
being compared to being a slave in 2026 is a slap in the face to the people that went through slavery. I agree. Okay, I just want to make sure that that's what you said. So, because things getting taken out of context here, but I like that statement. Tony Lightwork has a question for Reggie, and then we'll move forward. Tony, ask your question.
Yeah, I used to be a Democrat also, so I switched up a while ago also. So it's very hard to switch over, you know what I'm saying? Either way.
This ain't
you know
a
what I'm
question.
saying? All right. Reggie, what made you switch over?
There are a number of reasons, but
Wait, you really did
one
switch over to the Republican Party, Reggie?
yeah, I've been in the Republican Party for about 5 years.
Okay, go ahead. Explain that. That'd be good to know. I didn't know that. Explain that.
Okay, so in the politics of New York City, right? The New York Democrats, right, have really made a lot of bad decisions, and of course, a number of Black folks vote on party lines. Well, one of my friends, one of my close friends, he tried to run for city council. He tried to run for Congress, and I worked on both of his campaigns. When he tried to run Democrat, the Democratic Party pushed him out. Right? They used their primary politics. So then he became a Republican. Right? And so I followed him because I was there firsthand to see how they pushed him out. So that's when he ran for he tried to run for city council. He tried to run for Congress, and then of course my ex-wife, she ran, and the Democratic Party treated her terribly over politics, right? But she ran Democrat, right? So in that regard, I couldn't. She wasn't going to run Republican. She was going to run. She thought in her strategy to run Democrat, right? Which was really problematic. So those are the reasons, because the difference is that I actually do political work, right? I pay out of my own pocket, pushing me to poverty, right? For my actual work. What kills me about people is that they talk, they wave this flag, but I don't see any elements of them actually doing any work. It seems a religious belief, the same thing that they claim Democrats, right? They are just in the party, taking up space, right? They don't go to the meetings. They don't meet with people. They don't do any of these things, right? That I don't know what Thunder's situation is. We're trying to find out if he is an active member, instead of just being in the party. Does he work with any candidates? Does he do any of this stuff? Does he donate, right, to any of them? I don't know yet, so I can't say that. But what it is first of all, a little bit of history, right? The party of Lincoln that led to our emancipation, it was roughly formed in 1850s. The party of Black people was the Republican Party, right? The GOP. That changed. That changed when the Republican Party, the Republican Party changed their policies away from accepting the contributions of Black folks, Black people in America, and it became a largely white, conservative party, right? and so I think that people should, during Reconstruction, 2,000 Black people who were Republicans held office in the South. 2,000, right? And they
2 minutes,
had.
Reggie. Keep talking. I'm just gonna say minutes. Don't stop because I talk. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I'm gonna be doing that from time to time.
Okay,
so
so the whole part of it is the part of it. When I see a United States service member, right? Especially on the holidays, and if I see them wearing a hat, I always say thank you for your service.
My last question is this.
My father was
let him finish his thought. Let him finish his thought.
My father was in the military. My father was in the military. My uncle was in the military. Both my grandfathers worked on the Intrepid in the Newport News shipyard. I'm from military towns. Okay, I'll stop. The other question.
My last question is this: like, okay, I thought you switched up just recently. So it's been 5 years. So that's 5 years. So how do you feel about what's going on now? Do you feel that you changed on your own convictions, or you changed because of something you saw that wasn't really related to you, but it was related to people that you knew? Because did you do it based on your own convictions? You know what I'm saying? Like, not because of what happened to somebody else. If you understand what I'm saying?
I've worked in politics. I've told you I've worked in politics in New York from the time of C. Virginia Fields, right?
He didn't just hear nothing you said, Reggie. He didn't hear nothing you said. My bad. You know I can't help myself.
Yeah, from David. I did work out his wife. David Patterson, who became the governor of New York. I'm on a first name basis with the former governor. I have so many political friends and their staffers. Some of them went to school with me. So I'm pretty well known. I'm pretty well known. I'm not the biggest known, of course, but I'm known by politicians. Hakeem Jeffries, right? Hakeem Jeffries, I worked on his first campaign against Roger Green, right? He's a different person than when I first met him. But my point is, I have a whole history of working on political campaigns with politicians. So, with my change of conviction was that the Democratic Party has just become a club in New York City, right? And they want to be actually like Republicans, and they are more like Republicans than they care. If people looked at their skirt, these are poor working class, middle working class people who now use their political platform to become rich. More millionaires, more Democrats have become millionaires. The Republicans, the recent Republicans, they always had the money. They were always millionaires, right? Most of the Republicans. Black Democrats, they are okay. So that's that I could talk more about it, but it's just general. I vote for people and help people who I think are good people, right? One of my John Deaton, who had lost to Warren, right? I donated to his campaign. I talked to John Deaton, right? He is Republican, right? So I worked on campaigns. I want to know from people what they've done. I'm not a flag waving anybody, anything. I'm an activist. That's the answer to my question.
All right, shouts to that. All right, who wants to go next, or we are moving to different? The question now is Black USA patriotism anti-Black to our own culture?
No, I gotta respond.
I know, but 3 minutes. I didn't know. I don't think he was talking to you. I don't think he was talking to you.
Yeah, he definitely was. He mentioned me, and he was talking about what I said.
Okay, go ahead. 3 minutes, and then y'all jump in if y'all just listening. I'm just trying to give everybody.
It's not even gonna take 3 minutes. My
Okay,
overall point was not about the Democratic Party. About my overall point, Reggie, was to show you how I could spend my time talking about the atrocities, but I don't. That's why I said that's when I brought up the atrocity that's being committed against Black people right now. I ain't got to go back to 1940 something. I can do it right now. So I ain't got to go back to Jim Crow. I can do it right now. And I pointed out 3 or 4 different things. But I'm saying I do.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
I can hear you, man.
Yeah, we can hear you, Thunder. Go ahead.
Can you finish?
No. That was asked. I was trying to say something before you started when
No, we
Brad
couldn't
asked
hear. We
if
couldn't hear
anybody.
you before. You can go right after Thunder.
But you were there. So so I'm glad, like I said, I'm glad you made the switch, Reggie. But I guess the reason why you did is some BS that ain't. You just scorned and you just mad at the Democratic Party, so I'm finna go somewhere else. That ain't the same, bro. That's saying the Republican Party represent the ideals, a family country. You say I ain't even noticed about you, Reggie. You said your daddy served in the military, your granddaddies, both of them, served in the military, your uncle served in the military. That is what I just brought up, 5 minutes ago. How we don't never win. I guarantee you, if I did a poll and I offered $1,000, would nobody say they knew that about you, Bo? You see what I'm saying? That all I'm saying is when you have these opportunities to take your shots, your pot shots at America and the atrocity that they did in the past, I don't never hear these same people acknowledging how, although the country has taken the lives of Black people, but a lot of our people served willingly and put their lives on the line. And I can't say what you've done or not, because I ain't heard every word you said, but I can tell you this for a fact. I ain't know that about you. I didn't know your family served this country willfully and faithfully. That's been my whole point. Again, y'all keep making it political. I'm not even talking about politics. I say I could, but I don't. The whole point is I just don't feel like in the conscious community we spend enough time. Matter of fact, Brass, let me ask you a question. You got money, I got money. Would you put up $1,000 and give everybody, including Cuban, 3 minutes to say what they love about the country? Do you believe everybody can do that in 3 minutes, Brass?
No,
Would you put up $1,000? Hell no, you couldn't. That's been my whole point. We spend so much time bashing this bitch instead of we praising and being appreciative for what the hell. And I brought up. See, that's what I said. Y'all joined too late. Y'all didn't even hear what I said. I was saying how people are in bomb shelters over there in Israel right now. We got people in Tehran. They are powerless to what we doing. Hell, matter of fact, it just come out that we bombed a damn school with little girls in it. And that's how these folks are living over there. I bought up Ecuador. I bought up Ecuador. I bought up Venezuela. Everybody heard me say this. But y'all want to stick on, the Democratic Party. That's the next Democratic Party. I'm talking about how we did the overall point, and I guarantee you, Brass and Truist and anybody who was here, they will vouch for what I'm saying. I ain't said nothing about what y'all talking about.
Yeah,
Points to the comfortability as an American. Yeah, correct.
Hey,
I want to say, hold on, real quick. This is a separate conversation, just so y'all know. So the points that we're discussing now about this conversation started about 2 hours ago. So I don't know. I don't necessarily know what so I tried to change the title of it now, because this isn't what Thunder was talking about earlier.
Yeah, but I want to speak to the title of the video.
Let me finish. So it was you bought it.
I'm not done.
10 seconds.
He just gave you 30 seconds. You're gonna give him 30 seconds
Hold on,
more.
10 seconds.
Hey, we having a new format, bro. You got to chill out.
10 seconds. Finish. Don't respond to him. Respond to me. 10 seconds.
So the 9/11 issue is what we was talking about, right? And if you go back, I don't know what the original thing was, but that is what we was talking about, and how the country is asleep at this point, and I was pointing out the reasons why we are afforded the ability to be sleep to these sort of terrorist attacks. That was the original point. Go ahead.
Okay, hold on.
Can I piggyback off of Thunder?
Hold on. Fetty, you saying something for like, you just said you wanted to make one statement. Make your statement.
Well, no, I was just saying that's what the topic was about, like our comfortability as Americans due to like, you know, us being asleep and all of that. And does that point to a bigger thing, even us as an ethnic group? Why is it that certain people with a rhetoric acts as if we're under the same exact like oppressive circumstances as it was in slavery, which neglects them being proud to be American? You know what I mean? That's what we was talking about earlier.
Okay, Chief X, you just got here. Haskell been here. Let him get his 3 minutes, and then I'll go right to you, Chief X. Go ahead, Haskell.
Yeah, I don't need a bloviate for 3 minutes like some people. I appreciate the new format.
Yes, sir.
But, you know, predictably, people are abusing it. You know, blowhard narcissists who like to hear themselves talk, but whatever. I wanted to say, speaking about the whole my country thing and being proud of my country, right? I suppose if you're a full-on assimilationist and you believe your lot is casted in with, I guess, everyone that's a citizen of this country, the question I would like to ask is, we don't have to go back in the past. Currently, as it stands, it's basically universally agreed that this conflict that the United States is currently engaged in is at the behest of a foreign government. And on both sides of the aisle, rich, poor, everyone knows what's going on, right? So now, in that light, right, you have service members. Let's get out the Black community real quick. You have service members who are, you know, getting their arms broken. You have another service member who made a social media post saying that this war isn't right and we're fighting for Israel. And I believe he's about to get court-martialed, right? So the overarching point that I'm making is 20 years from now, when we talk about the service members who serve, because I believe that this is going to end up being a ground war. They kind of prepping us for that. That's where it's going. They thought this was going to be a 48-hour exercise. It's clearly not going that way. It's going to be a protracted thing. 20 years from now, do I need to see an American service member and salute them for their service in this conflict? Right? And I'm going to bring it home by saying many of the conflicts that have taken place in this country's will has been subverted a long time ago. Right? A lot of these conflicts, that people think, oh, it's for America and our freedoms. No, it's not. Does anyone here believe that what's currently going on, let's not go back in the past, let's stay right here. Who on this panel believes that what's going on right now is about America, American freedoms, even the point that I heard like Brass bring up, right? Even if you're a person, you're a non-emotional person, and you know, whatever assets the US grabs a hold to in these wars or whatever, and you believe it will trickle down to you, even if you're coming at it from that perspective, there's no spoils to be gained for America in this thing going on. This is purely a government that's been subverted for at the behest of Israel. Am I supposed to be proud of service members who are serving in this coming war, in this conflict? How do we navigate the double-mindedness with that? That's my question.
Okay, good.
To answer your question, I would say if you believe that this ain't got nothing to do with America, and you don't believe that thinking.
No.
What?
You got a minute. Hold on, Thunder. You got a minute to finish your point. Chief X is speaking after that. If you offer a question to the panel, you cede your time.
All right, no problem. So if you feel that this country doesn't have anything to be any concerns, number one, I disagree. You're looking at the Strait of Hormuz right now. When you look at gas prices, how they was at $1.50, you have a country who is doing it right now. We went from $1.50 to $3 in 2 weeks, and you also have a country that can perpetually put the energy flow at risk and we just tired of dealing with that. That's one aspect. That's just elementary school. Go ahead, Truist. Everybody know that.
No, it's chief facts. By the way, just announced. I'm really running it on the time. Just announced, United States just sent 2,200 Marines to Iran less than an hour ago.
Thanks for your service, Marines.
Okay, so I just wanted to kind of.
How much time do you need?
I didn't need but just 2 minutes.
Okay, go ahead.
So I totally agree with Thunder and Fetty. Thunder and Fetty are my heroes today for what they've said, right? Because Thunder is right. Fetty is right. Like, it's 2026. And if we are equating how we're living today to slavery, it's totally crazy. Thanks for that, Fetty. Now, let me piggyback on what Thunder's saying, because Thunder is correct. In this conscious community, and I've watched it in the chat, there's several people in the chat who has nothing good to say about America. Everything is negative, and that's how the conscious community is. Because the conscious community's goal is to compete with white folk for morality and achievements. So when they're upset, they bash the country. Never say anything good. I was in the Navy. I served.
Thank you for
Okay, cool. I'm a proud Black American. My granddaddy served. My uncle served. I'm proud when I see the United States track team running and winning in the Olympics. I'm proud when I see Sugar Ray Leonard, Muhammad Ali in the Olympics getting a gold medal, wrapping that flag around them, because this is our tribe. We're Black Americans. I'm proud. America is a great country. Of course, in history, there's been some foul things that went down. These are foul things that have went down in all countries, not just America, right? So here in America, I was born in Compton, California. When I got to the 6th grade, we moved to the suburbs in Cerritos, California. I got an education. People sitting next to me was a white boy, a Japanese boy, a Indian girl, and we got the same exact education, nothing different, whether you're white, Black, or Korean, whatever, right? I'm proud of that. My mama hasn't worked in years. America takes care of my mama. She gets a check religiously every month to pay her rent and bills. When I went to Ghana, I used to work at group homes. I was a youth camp. People be talking about putting in work. Give me 4 minutes. People be talking about putting in work, and I laugh. People call putting in work talking on a bullhorn on 125th Street, being a racist, and shouting Black power. That's not putting in work. I was a youth counselor for 10 years. I worked at group homes, treatment facilities, putting in real work in real life and helping kids improve their life, right? I went to Ghana. And when I went to Ghana, they have orphanages, not group homes. They have orphanages. These kids have no plumbing. And when I went there, I was wondering, why isn't the government taking care of this orphanage? They said the government in Ghana don't take care of these orphanage kids. So they survive off of philanthropy and people like me who go there and donate it to the orphanage to help these kids get what they need. When I worked at group homes, every kid got clothing. When they graduate high school, they get free college, free education. Everything is fine. This does not go down in a lot of other countries, right? So like, people feel that white folks have some kind of privilege. I lived around white folk, and my daddy and my family was doing better than white families around us. Like, there's no privilege. I'm proud of the sports we do in America. I can get a passport and go anywhere I want. When I went to Ghana, my tour guide in Ghana could not even leave his own country. People who don't travel don't understand life and how good they have it. I'm talking, this is a tour guide taking Black Americans on a tour around Ghana, and he can't even get a passport. He can't even leave the country. Did you guys not know that? Ghanaians and Nigerians can't just hop on a plane and come to another country, but you can. America's a great country. Housing, all these freeways is like, huh?
You got 30 seconds. Wrap it up.
Okay, cool. So, like, you know, I just wanted to say some good things about America, right? Like, you know, I haven't worked a job. I'm self-employed. So I use that to get benefits and stuff. I get food stamps. I ain't paid for no food in 3 years, basically. I get free fucking food here in America. That doesn't go down. Go to Ghana and fall on hard times and see if you get any kind of benefits. America's a great country. That's all I want to say.
Anybody want to jump in? Take some time. Get your thoughts off.
Hey, I
We
know
get
Fetty
welfare. Wait a minute.
don't fuck
We
with
get
that.
Hold
welfare.
on,
and he's-
wait. Hold on, Tuck. Who was that? Who else is that talking?
He gets welfare, and he must be disabled or something.
No. I'm self-employed, so I can hide and lie about my income.
See, that's not a flex.
I'm not saying it's a flex. I'm just talking about America and how people. I know women who haven't worked in 10. I know women who've never had a job in their life, and they're driving around on Mercedes.
Well, that ain't what Fetty and Thunder is talking about.
Wait a second. So in the chat, Tony, y'all caught some shit. I'm doing something else. So Tony just caught some shit that I couldn't figure out. I'm reading the chat right now. So Super Wavy said free food, and Pure Black said make EBT great again. So I actually started looking at the show to try to figure out what the hell they talking about. So since somebody said food stamps is a flex now, so wait, so what did you say? What did he? Not you, T-Fex. Don't explain your own point. What did he say that's making? They're saying basic human rights are a flex now, as if it's a question. So what did he say to? Why'd you ask that question, Tony? What was your point to asking that question? Anybody, if it's not Tony.
T-Fex said he gets food stamps. So.
Yeah, he was talking about a lot of the benefits and socialist programs this country offers its citizens that many other countries, such as Ghana, don't afford their citizens.
Thank you.
Okay. So why did Tony?
No. My point was, if you're not like, if you're okay, I get it. You know, you could be not 100% self-employed. You can be, 20% self-employed, 10% self-employed. There's a scale to that. So I'm going to actually take that back because I don't know what situation that is.
But it sounds like he's cheating. I
don't know why he said that. I don't know
based off what I'm hearing.
I don't know why he got on here and said that.
It's called relax, Haskell, and stop hating. God damn. Because I always look at conflict. It's called being honest.
Okay.
Something people need to learn how to do.
Hey, Brass, I'm actually looking out for Chief X. I'm saying that somebody who's
you don't give a damn about me, bro.
Well, I don't.
Yeah, somebody just send his caseworker.
Yeah, you shouldn't come on. Yeah, that was just not.
Make your own point. It's not a debate.
No, I'm saying that wasn't wise. Like somebody could.
Wasn't wise.
You literally just came on here.
You know Reggie on here, right?
Yeah, you just came on here and admitted to welfare fraud. Essentially.
Oh, good. Report me, nigga. Yeah, I'm getting a benefit, and I'm taking my shit.
Hey, the man said it. Nobody. I don't think that goes under
so
point.
Is that what Fetty?
He wasn't pressured to say it. He wasn't pressured to say it. He said it. So
Fetty and Thunder. That's what y'all was talking about. Maybe he came out here agreeing with y'all at. That's what y'all on.
Hits ask you, Chief X, Hits ask you, how do you honestly lie?
Shit.
I was being honest, but people don't respect honesty. But I get it.
I gotta believe, bro. Hey, I couldn't beat y'all.
Powerful
I couldn't beat
niggardry
you.
at work.
You can't say shit.
Now,
Oh
now,
my
now,
God.
I said a whole bunch of things in 4 minutes, but people only focus on food stamps. See, that's them trying to belittle the truth I was talking.
Oh,
The truth is America's a great country. Get to that.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
agree.
them the
I
The
facts,
truth
agree.
is a
dog.
lot of
That's
y'all
them
relatives
facts.
have been taken care of. The truth is a lot of y'all pet family members
It's not
get
great
a
for
check
those people.
Hold
every
on, don't talk. We're not talking over. Let them finish. Take 2 minutes, Chief. And then if y'all want to see, the thing is, we got a format, and y'all so used to talking over people that like when it's your turn to actually talk, y'all don't. So Chief X, take 2 minutes.
Yeah, the truth is a lot of us has family members that get a check on the 1st every month. And I'm not just talking about welfare. Okay. My daddy was a federal employee. What's the difference of being a federal employee or being in the military? It's not no big difference. It's called serving your country. It's called working a job, getting an income to take care of your family. There's nothing to be ashamed of because you was in the military. And then you got these guys in the chat talking about, oh, Chief X or Fetty and Thunder want to be a part of and assimilate. What the fuck are you talking about? You have no choice. You are an American. You are part of. It's crazy to me when people hate their own country. That's crazy to me. When you don't represent your tribe. You're a Black American. Represent your tribe. That's all.
Hey, quick question. All right, going on to that. All right. So Kyle said if y'all was born in Jamaica or Haiti, most people would have been on a boat just praying to see land. Kyle, if you can come in and defend that point or at least explain that, I think that's gonna get lost in the chat. And by the way, the chat is killing all of y'all, including me. Wavy done told me to mute out 10 times, and I'm about to take his advice. But these
Can you put me on the queue?
yeah, I can.
wanna
You can. I just want to see if anybody want to go next, and then I'll give you 3 minutes. But Super Wavy says how Sway. Hit says I guess it's spelled honest lie. They trying to figure out if they ain't paid for food. And I think it's courageous what you said with the level of enemies you got to even make a statement like that. But I mean, hey, it is what it is. Second point is I was incorrect. They actually sent 4 regiments of 2,200 to Iran. So it is what it is. I guess it would be what it is. Cuban, I'm watching your face, brother. I don't want to force you to speak, but I'm watching your face as everybody's talking. Are you sure you don't want to say anything in regards to this, Cuban? Like me and you've been laughing on mute this entire time, and I know you just smiling. You don't got anything before Reggie go? I'm trying to get different voices involved in this too.
It's gonna be pointless, bro. I'm just listening to the conversation, and no matter the direction you go in this of the perspectives, people have reading comprehension. So and people have observation skills. So there's nothing of the opposite that's going to be said that's going to be detrimental, that people are going to say, oh my God, you're correct. Or whatever someone I feel I'm disagreeing with, I'm not going to say anything that's going to change my perspective. So I'm just listening because I'm trying to work on not flipping out on people. So this is therapeutic for me in conversation of just maintaining being calm and not being passionate.
I got you, brother.
I just there's quite a few things that is absolute. Let's see, what days is that? Wednesday mornings and Friday mornings, the garbage gets picked up out here. Just absolute garbage. That's all.
Okay. Anybody else before I go to Reggie? I'm gonna give Reggie about 4 or 5 minutes.
Yeah, I wanted to say something real quick.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
just
3
getting back
minutes.
to yeah, no, I don't need the whole 3, but real quick, just getting back to Haskell's question, where he was asking, even in terms of this current conflict, should we in 20 years be telling service members that we appreciate their service and all of that for this conflict? I just say yes, simply yes. We're talking about service members and respecting them and honoring them for that. I think just off of the strength of them having the courage and the discipline to do what they do. And in a lot of cases, a lot of them, like when I spoke to my grandfather and uncles that serve, a lot of times the service members don't necessarily agree with the orders that they're asked to be carried out. But despite not agreeing with the orders they're being asked to carry out, they're still doing what it is they felt they needed to do after they took the oath they took. And I do think there is something honorable and respectable from a fraternal level, from a valor level, on a number of levels, bravery that I respect. I'll always respect. So that's
You
just
know,
my
it's motherfuckers in the KKK. Oh, my bad.
You know what? You be the main one asking for motherfuckers to get their shit off, and you cannot sit your ass still when niggas is talking. I'm actually doing this as a social experiment to show it's the niggas asking for sanity that can't accept it. I can see right now, shouts to Corey and Chef, I can see them being tortured by this format right now. Motherfuckers sitting on mute, punching the glass on their phone. But what will then say, we gotta be able to hear everybody else. Y'all don't want this kind of what's the name?
Fuck this format, Brad.
Yeah, I hear you, bro. I hear it. I don't like it, but I know, like, Hits will tell you, why does everybody post in the chat? Everybody going crazy. But when he puts moderators in the chat, now we calling them clankers, and we ran by AI. So it is what it is. But I want to hear some of these people's thoughts. Before I go to Reggie and give him 3 minutes, Thunder, you got anything? Sonic, you got anything? Haskell, Fetty, or Chief X, y'all got anything, or y'all going to queue up after? All right, go ahead, Reggie.
Okay, great. So I see the ploy. The ploy is trying to say that people don't care about our service people, right? And but at the same time, we are so numb that we don't even think our neighbors, our teachers, our community people. We are a thankless group of people living in America. That's all of us. So thanks don't go a long way in this American system. It doesn't. So to turn this against to say that to try to say that people don't think that the military service is a bad ploy. The second point is interesting, is that my issue is that you can be whatever you want to be in your religion or your gang, or your association, but the fact of the matter is, what work do you actually do in that capacity, right? I have not heard any real work in community, in party, in anything. I hear feelings and attaching yourself to these things rather than actually participating, from petitions to donations to just general support, going in meetings, right? I don't hear that. What I hear is just attachments, and that's what a lot of people do. I'm not that type of person, right? A third thing is about the person that I've heard some horrendous type of things. So now what I heard was you got to know how to lie to get benefits. So if you're getting benefits, you know, with this small budget that they have, you're cheating other people out of people who actually need it, who don't even have the capacity or don't know how to apply. You're cheating them out of it because you said, that person said that. There's a certain amount of integrity. People blame a lot of people, but there's a certain amount of integrity. And then I've heard in the past that someone was selling marijuana without a license in their state, right? Selling marijuana without a license, without any, that means that some of that marijuana that you might be selling would be illegally reaching kids because you're selling it for a living while you're on, while this person's on benefits. My whole thing is this: I wish that person's state was closer to my state, so I could sue them. And what they said about me was very loathsome. So it is definitely defamation, and defamation per se, and that would be an easy case to make.
Kettle black.
So but in general, getting back to this point is the point is the work. Point is, what do you do for your community? Who do you help? Right? How do you become, or if you have the values of American, how are you being the best American that you can be? Right? If you have those values. Other people have those values. They just don't go up there and wrap themselves around. Somebody got their mic open. Wrap themselves around a flag because they're mature enough to know that it's more political than anything else. Right? It's more political, and the people and so helping and working with politicians, finding out that they're just human beings. They may do some good things, but sometimes they found a way to fill their pockets, right? They don't have to, so they're helping. So the point of it is, I think that trying to bash people and try to say that they are, you don't hear enough of them supporting America. That doesn't mean that they don't support America. It doesn't mean that. But in the conscious community, not on the conscious community, this whole YouTube, it's just people communicating. There's not necessarily any work. So I heard the bell, but the fact
that bell
that
just means 30 seconds. That bell just means 30 seconds. Go ahead.
You heard somebody. You actually heard someone say that they are that they use their whatever to lie to get stamps, right? That's not American. Like there's service people who are service members, simply taking a job to feed their families, right? Because because they're proud, right? Because they would rather do it this way. And then you have a person that says, well, basically, lying is American as apple pie. But I'm gonna listen more. But if we can't be part of that. That's not what we're part about. What we're part about is struggle, trying to make, some of us are about struggle, trying to, and I come back to this point about slavery, because people talk about things that's in the past, right? I'll come back to that because I took enough time. But you heard it out of this person's mouth. 1 minute he's trying to act like he's a stand-up, nice person.
So this show is about people's personal lives.
Move it. All right, wrap it up 10 seconds, Reggie. Wrap it up 10 seconds. And there's been so much passive aggressive snitching going on in these conversations right now.
It's crazy.
This is the wildest shit.
Damn.
Reggie, 10
first of
seconds,
all,
10 seconds, 10 seconds, Reggie.
no, I need my 20 seconds because
take 25, but just wrap it up.
But yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up. No, it's not about people's personal lives unless they say it out their mouths. Their personal lives. But what I said was my personal and my political and my activist life. I didn't say I was selling marijuana without a license. I didn't say that I was using a business and lying to get food stamps. But once you say that, yeah, it's about your personal life.
All right, Reggie.
Okay.
All right.
So
By
let
the
me
way, the level of passive aggressive 12 action.
Can I respond? I just need 30. I just need 30 seconds.
on himself.
I just need 30 seconds, Brad.
Go ahead.
Okay, so real quick. Now, people gonna sit on here and act like they saints and angels and shit. Like they never lied to get a car loan. Like they never manipulated no paperwork to get a house financed. Stop the fucking cap. Okay? Anybody who qualifies and or needs food stamps in America is going to get them. Nobody's ever turned down. If everybody on this panel got on food stamps, you're not stopping anybody else from not getting food stamps. You made that lie up, Reggie. Okay?
What the hell?
Stop acting like you're some saint, Reggie. Cut it out. I sell weed.
What did you say, nigga?
What you gonna do about it? I'm gonna sue your motherfucking ass. Okay? You the one
because I know it ain't
been calling you a drunkard and a drunk for the last year. You and Ankh been getting together insulting me. Nigga, I'm suing you. The paperwork will be there in a couple weeks.
The level of police activity in this Discord is
That's your problem. You be believing anything somebody tells you or put in a
Yo, listen,
book.
I'm gonna say this. So Chief, I don't think what you doing is what they referred to. I think they're talking to the bravery and courage you got to say it in a group full of people you done called everything other than John God. I think the bravery that you're showing, stating this in public is what they're talking about. Not what you're doing. I'm pretty sure
Yeah, they got
everybody
family
knows somebody without
Yeah,
guessing.
all these niggas got family members who getting food stamps and them. Cut the shit.
Stop it. Hey, there's this guy on Vlad, right? His name is A.R. Ab. His name, he's still alive. And he used to get on Vlad and just like talk about Philly. He's like a Muslim gangster or some shit. And he used to just talk about all these crimes and these people he murdered. Then he started talking about who his friends done murdered and all of this shit. But the funniest part of the whole thing, that was entertaining, right? That's just social media. The funniest part of the Vlad shows of AR Ab is the one where he's like, I don't know why I got indicted. Somebody snitched on me. Somebody told. See, that's the problem in these streets, is that we got all these people snitching and telling, and Vlad had to remind them, well, not Vlad, Black people had to remind these people, when you go on the internet and you only telling them, they catching you because what you saying. So I'm not talking about anybody else want to come into the chat? Pause. The conversation is about Black USA.
No, it ain't, Brad. No, it ain't,
Hold
Brad.
on, I'm trying to get it back on the rails. Is Black USA patriotism anti-Black to our own culture? Is a Black person being proud of America, proud to be an American, is that somehow anti-Black to our own culture? Now, here's the thing. I've heard a lot from the side of basically people saying pro-America. I haven't really heard. I'm still waiting on the show. Chef's doing a show about that voting Republican. Correct me if I'm wrong, Chef, in the chat. That is voting Republican against. Is it basically anti-Black or is it against black interest and voting 90+% Democrat. The reason why we do it is not because we're necessarily brainwashed as a people, but because voting Democrat is really the only viable option that black people have. Does anybody agree to that or disagree to that? That's the show. I've been waiting on Chef to do this show, so I want to see it. I thought he was doing the show the other night, but something happened. So would y'all agree or disagree, anybody on the panel, is voting Democrat the only viable option that black people have in the United States? Anybody want to speak to that?
Wait, hold on, Brad. Oh, Chef said voting was stupid.
Bro, you sound like you in a motherfucking, I don't know where the hell. You sound like you're in a reactor somewhere.
It was viable at one point. At one point, it was viable.
Some kind of order, bro. If you want to talk, let me go, and then I'll do 2 minutes. But just speak your speech. Is voting Democrat the only viable option that black people have in this United States? Who would like to go?
I would.
Well, Tony, hold on. Tony was speaking. Tony, can you got 2 minutes? He's got like a couple seconds on it.
I'm gonna be quick.
Okay, go ahead.
At one point it was, but I haven't heard you guys talk about the Democratic Socialists of America. Those are the real Democrats of today. So a lot of people are still hanging on to the old school Democrats, which were cool, where I came from, but they're not the same anymore.
Give us some background on the Democratic Socialists of America for people that don't know.
I think there's some people on the panel that could speak to it a lot better than I could, because I don't really. But that is the group. That is the group that these people are afraid of.
You talking about the Bernie Sanders, the AOCs, and the you talking about those type people?
Even more grassroots than that.
The Elizabeth Warrens and
I'll come back to some background. That's not necessarily them. I'll come back to some background.
The DSA.
Hold on. Hold on. In order. We heard you, Tony. We got you. I'm gonna go look up some set information on Democratic Socialists of America and come back to it. But the point, if you do start speaking in here, you got 2 minutes, 30 seconds roughly. When you hear the beeper, keep talking. You just got 30 seconds. That's giving you a sign to kind of wrap up your thought. And the topic is not Chief X, not Thunder, or nothing like that. The topic is voting Democrat the only viable option for black folks in America? Chief, you
my God. Okay, cool. So that kind of thinking that Chef does, and I got love for Chef. So, but that kind of thinking, and when 92% of black women vote for one party, that to me sounds cultish. It sounds like a cult. So when Chef's saying he's acting like we're some kind of monolith, you know what I mean? Like everybody's supposed to vote this way because you're black. That's crazy talk to me. Okay. So I learned what I do. I don't vote for personalities. Fuck Donald Trump. Okay. I've been telling people this for long. What you're supposed to vote for, you vote for your interests, your principles, and your values in life. That's what you vote for. You should stop voting for personalities. You never will win that way. Okay. For instance, I'm a conservative guy who lives in California, which is a deep blue state. I can't stand our politicians out here. I want to be able to conceal and carry, and they won't allow me. So if I'm walking down the street, if I go outside right now, and some dude has a machete in his hand, and he's chasing me, trying to kill me with a machete, I can't shoot his ass down. Why? Because you're not supposed to conceal and carry in California. So they're controlling my life. I'm just giving an example. So they're controlling my life. And if I do shoot him dead, I can be prosecuted. So I'm supposed to call the police and wait for the police to come. Therefore, I got to run around for 15 minutes from this guy, and I'm 56, and my cardio ain't that good. So it's just certain things and values and principles you vote for, not for personalities. So it would be crazy if all of us had the same values and principles and stuff. No, we are different. We have different interests. You know, we live in different states. You know, so everyone should not vote for one party just because you're black. That's crazy talk and it's cultish. I'm done.
I want to read a little bit from the chat before I go to the next person. Prepare your ideas, next person, whoever you are, got 2 minutes. In the chat, Hit said, we tripping. Robert Parrish says, Dixiecrats, yes. Isonic says, are we okay in America? Yeah, we are. This says this guy's crying about not being able to shoot people. IBM says, you want the same rights as the police, Chief X. Pure Black said, you vote your interests and values. What did Trump provide towards your interests and values? So the Democratic origins started with the white supremacist nationalist organization like KKK and suffrage. Robert Parrish said, Democrats are still the same. The young generation progressives should have a say. That this dude is dumb, brass. And Stu P said, you get food stamps, you get food stamps, you get food stamps, everybody gets food stamps. Shouts to you, Stu. I don't know why you in the chat. All right, who wants to speak to this question, right?
Like, for instance, Brash, before somebody goes.
30 seconds, Chief, 30 seconds.
Yeah. Before somebody go, you read somebody's question. What is Trump? Okay, listen here.
Yeah, what did Trump provide to your values? Because you said you vote your values.
Right. I'm old school. I'm just like my daddy and my grandpa. I have their values. Okay? So Trump got rid of allowing kids to get hormone shots. Oh, little Timmy, what do you want to be, little Timmy? You want to be a little boy or a little girl? Cut that bullshit out. Trump cut that foolishness out. We're going to make America great again and get back to old school traditional shit. That's what he did. He stopped a bunch of foolishness that the Democrats were pushing, like Thunder said earlier. I'm done.
Go ahead, Truist.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not the only viable option for us. We've seen, and then I would just ask if the question is limited to nationally, we should always vote Democrat, or should we vote Democrat even on a state level, on a city level?
I think Chef is more talking about Trump and Biden. So let's say in a presidential election, not local.
So federally, specifically federally,
should we vote Democrat federally?
That will also extend to Congress as well, like the House.
Anything that's not a mayor, mayoral governor type. We're talking about presidencies in DC, basically.
Well, again, I don't agree with that, because then you could be voting for policies you don't agree with, right? So, for example, I know Chef in question is against our campaigns in Iran and Gaza, etc., and that is something that's bipartisan on both sides. So even if we did vote Democrat, in this case, much of the House Democrats, much of the Senate Democrats, much of the Democrats on a federal level actually agree with a lot of the actions that we see taking place over that region. And I know he doesn't agree with that. If he were to focus more on policy in regards to that, he would be looking at more third-party independent candidates that are completely against some of the things that we find to be bipartisan. Because even when we're talking about Democrat is a spectrum. You have the far left, which, what's his name, Tony was talking about, which would be like the Democratic Socialist types, like your Mamdanis, your AOCs, your Sanders. And then you have more of your moderate types, like your Kathy Hochul's, like your Bill Clinton type of Democrat. You know what I'm saying? And then on the right, you have a similar spectrum with the far right, which would be MAGA, and a more moderate right, like a, what's his name, Mitt Romney kind of Republican. So the closer you get to the middle, you start to see like Democrats that'll support some moderate Republican ideas over far left ideas, like Kathy Hochul, what she's doing right now, pushing back against a lot of Mamdani's ideas. One could look at as her kind of being a centrist on a lot of issues. Mitt Romney straight up said, I don't care if Trump is our candidate for the party. I'm voting the other fucking direction because I don't agree with the policies he's pushing. Forget about party allegiance, right? But I just feel like when it comes to us as a people, we feel as though we have to be monolithic and just be married to a party, and we can't observe in the same way we see all these other groups observing. So I completely disagree with that line of thinking.
Okay, Thunder, you got a thought on it? Reggie, you got a thought on it?
No, I pretty much on that point. I pretty much agree. You could how can I say it shouldn't be like a religion.
Wait, what specifically, Reggie? So you agree that voting Democrat is the only viable option, or you don't think it's the only viable option?
No, it's not the only viable option. That's why I agree with the brother who was speaking.
Okay.
So it's not. It's like me. I in my talk, I said that I vote for both candidates. But there's a strategic reason why I might be Republican, right? Because I get access to primaries, right? The Republican primaries. That would be one of the reasons, and then I get to listen to what they say, right? In their meetings, in the Republican meetings, right? I get a chance to see what they say, but at the end of the day, I can vote my way. So no, you shouldn't be wedded to a party. I think that's problematic, but largely a lot of places are really just two party states, right?
What you ask me? Oh, my bad.
You said what?
No, let him finish, Thunder. Then we go to you. Go ahead, Reggie. Finish up your thought.
Was I interrupting someone?
No. You were speaking. You got interrupted. Or Thunder had a question. I think Thunder maybe had a question for it.
Yeah, you called my name. I was just busy. So, but go ahead.
No, that's cool. You can go right after this. So you don't agree, Reggie, that you don't agree that voting Democrat is the only viable option? I just asked you, you're a Republican.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
I vote for Democratic and I vote for Republican candidates. We hear from Thunder to see if he votes for any Democrats for any particular reason. But there are Democrats that I don't like personally, that I know them. I don't like them. And then there's state assembly people. When I don't like the city council people. I don't like, right? There's so Congress people I don't like, and then there's people that I like. So it just depends. It just depends on. It gives me the power of being an American and being registered to vote how I want to vote.
Reggie, Chef in response has stated that this is a MAGA think tank. That we are now a MAGA think tank. I can't wait to see this show Chef is going to do. Chef is going to present this argument. Just to give a slight backstory, then I get to you, Thunder. The backstory was because when we would have these shows and speak publicly or politically, it would always go to when you ask a Republican in here why they voted for Donald Trump or why they vote Republican at all. The narrative we kind of would go into the whataboutism of, well, why since 36 have black people voted roughly like 85% Democrat? I mean, which one is insane? Is me or you or anybody that votes Republican or Democrat or however it works? Why we don't vote solely Democrat? So his thought was more, and that's why I wanted to see the show, because he'll flesh it out more in his monologue. His thought is more that it's actually against our interest as black people to vote anything other than Democrat, and we've known this essentially since the mid 1900s, like 1940 on, that we have to vote Democrat because it's the only thing that serves us. So that's his argument. He's going to do a show about it. So I guess we're kind of doing marketing for the show. I'm gonna get to Thunder, but I would like to,
homework, because prior to starting from the 1850s, we were largely part of the Lincoln Republicans, and then that changed. The demographics changed. So
right.
We were Republicans. Black folks were Republicans before we became Democrats. Democrats were the slaveholders and the sharecroppers. Oh, the people that ran not the sharecroppers, but the people that controlled the sharecropping. They were the Democrats, right? So it's just the political demographics. But I'll be interested in listening to his show.
Yeah, he's good. He's good.
Could you imagine, Reggie, at that point in time? Oh yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead. If it's quick, go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's really quick. To speak into what you just said, imagine if at that point in time, Reggie, we said our only solution is to remain voting for the Republican Party because they're who have our best. Imagine if we weren't smart enough to see that when these people start pushing policies that's against our interest, that we need to flip along with the policy. Imagine if we just said, nah, we're going to stay loyal to the Republican Party. No. We stayed observant. We saw policies being pushed that we said we cannot continue to support this party. We need to transition to the other party because they're pushing the policies we support now.
Chef,
see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got that. I think me and you were kind of probably the reason for whatever is about to come up from Chef.
Yes.
But real quick, Chef is saying his argument is he's talking about from Lyndon Baines Johnson to now. That's what he's talking about. He's talking not from mid 1900s. He's talking about from. So hold on. Hey, listen. Just know Chef is diabolical. He gonna clip whatever he got to clip. But that's his argument. That from Lyndon Baines Johnson on, it's only been viable for black people to vote Democrat. Yes, Thunder, you can go now. But real quick, with this mindset, I need somebody that agrees with Chef to speak also. I know we seem to be very quiet on the Democratic side today. So anybody that agrees that Democrat is the only viable option for black folks in America since Lyndon Baines Johnson, I need to hear y'all side also, because I just want to hear. And shouts to IBM. I like IBM's thought. Political parties are like good cop, bad cop, working for the same goal, same outcome. A lot of people feel that way. Whether I agree with it or not, that's a large talking point in the United States of America, and it can't be ignored. Go ahead, Thunder. You got the floor.
All right. Again, I didn't want. So, Brad, to give you, I guess maybe a hint, a clue. I'm sure you're already doing it, right? So when these different subjects come along, I hope that you're notating them and then use them as subjects for the future, right? Instead of, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Same thing with Cuban. As Cuban said, he got a show. So hopefully you're doing that, man. I love what Chief, myself, what I do is just spark conversation instead of and break up the monotony, the echo chamber that we all always used to. And I think that's my main purpose. Yeah. So I didn't mean to divert from the subject. I wish we can get back to it, but I don't think y'all just hung up in the Republican stuff, right? So I was just asked, What is the definition of insanity, Brass?
Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different outcome.
So, all right. So to Chef, shout out to Chef. I love him to death, my man. But if you want to keep doing the same thing we've been doing at that point, boy, I just leave that right there. Anyway, so that's gonna be an easy one. And then for him to cherry pick Linda Baines, so that to me that is so unfair. And that's what they have to do. They can't count 1964 on back. They got to go 1965 and up. And I would challenge 1965 and up. But I mean, you look at welfare, you look at abortion, you look at how all these things have just skyrocketed under. Well, never mind. Let's get if I did a retort, which I probably won't because it ain't worth my energy. But if I did, that would be easy work. Secondly, I guess the true reason why we have these sort of discussions is I would say that everybody should be having a discussion, man, to make some sort of change. You have a thing where Charlie Kirk, shout out to him, where he had this thing where not Charlie Kirk, it was Steve, what's his name? He did to change my mind. You know, he'll put out a subject and say, change my mind. Democrats need to stop, black people need to stop voting Democrat, change my mind, right? So when we have the subject, you should be not listening for people to agree with you, man. Listen to people that disagree. Somebody should be able to come along and alter what you thought. And if not, you in the wrong place. So when I do the shithole countries and Cuban tell me how that disappointed him, how that hurt his feelings, I had to go back and reassess. I had to change. I can't do that. And then it's same thing. It's not, everybody should be willing to do this. And hopefully Chef does it. Because I can beat the brakes off. Everybody that promote the Democratic Party, when you looking at all these faggots walking around here, I can beat the brakes off you all day. I ain't talking Linda Baines Johnson or anything. I ain't even, that's easy. If you want me to vote with them niggas, you want me to vote with pedophiles and all that shit, I ain't voting for them niggas. So, but that's a whole nother story. But Reggie asked a question about how do I vote, right? So locally, I don't have a choice but really to vote Democrat. I'm in Atlanta, Georgia, right? So, Republicans don't even run. So now, if it was something that I really felt, if it was something I really felt like doing, I probably would run myself. But I'm not a politician, bro. I don't. That's not my thing. Now you ask what I do. What I do is feed the homeless once a month, and I also cut. I usually cut probably between 3 to 5. I do free yard work. I either do free yard work or I hire somebody to do free yard work in my neighborhood. So those are the two things in particular I do. And also I combine that with the assistance that I give. It's a Redan High School right here in Stone Mountain. They have and also Arabia Mountain. They have high school. They have technology. I don't want to say departments. Let's just say departments, right? And they have students that want to pursue STEM. So what I do is go once every semester and talk to those little kids. And I also go back to my alma mater and talk to the computer science department at Alabama A&M. So those are just something we can try to inspire them and give them game on how to give interviews, what's expected of them, certifications, etc. Y'all don't know I work in cybersecurity, so those are things I speak on. So I do serve my community. I don't serve my community politically. I don't have the appetite for that sort of stuff. But helping Black people, I've been doing that since I was probably 23. Been doing that. But yeah, so politically, I would love to hear what Chef had to say. I want him to convince me I would love for that nigga to convince anybody to convince me to be a Democrat. If you can convince me of that, man, that'd be a life changing. That's a hell of a show. If you tell me to vote literally against my interests, number one, I think Kyle used to say this all the time, and this is on the old Dagger Squad. He would say how black people we're under the impression that we need to unite. We need to unite. We need to be black. We need black to unite. And I'm saying he was like, I don't want to unite with y'all. Why do I want to unite with you? I don't know your morals. I don't know your ethics. I don't know what principles you're trying to promote. I don't know your moral compass. Why do I need to? I don't need to unite with you. If you believe
Who used
what
to say
I
that?
believe in,
Who used to say that?
it was Kyle.
Kyle, you said it. Okay.
Yeah.
1 minute. And anybody want to jump in, you can jump in because he's gone past the time, but nobody else is talking. So y'all can cut him off for now and just let him keep going. Go ahead.
What he's saying?
Wait.
He's putting in work.
Give him 60 seconds.
Yeah.
No more.
Okay. Number one, shout out to number one, Chief X. That's another one. He thought provoking, man. He gonna say stuff, and I love him down, man. And he banged on me a couple times, but I ain't got no problem with him. Great man, redemption story. But so when you looking at damn, what I was saying, because you cut me off.
You were saying about Kyle. You was talking about Kyle.
Yeah. So unifying, right? I don't mind. I would unify with people who march in step with what I believe. Yeah, I unify with you, but I'm not going to unify with you and get because you black. That's crazy, and that's what Chef wanted us to do. He wanted to unify as black people to support a party such as the Democratic Party. That's crazy. What other people even talk like that? We're the only people that even talk like that. We're the only people. Just think about that. We're the only people who say just because we have the same color of skin, we need to vote for their party. When you look at white people, man, white people don't vote because they white. They vote because, hey, we got these doggone trainers in here trying to read to my little child. And that's what that nigga want me to vote for. I ain't voting for that.
Disagree. Yeah,
I have to disagree. Good. Hold on, before you jump. Chief X, did you have something before I go to Reggie?
Yeah, I was just wanted to co-sign with Thunder saying when he was saying what he do in the neighborhood stuff. That's called putting in work. You know, all this other stuff people be talking because they sat at the feet of Dr. Ben and think that means you putting in work. Get out of here.
That was a shot. But
I didn't say the Egyptians is black and shit.
Funny. I always find it funny how y'all could just say in plain conversation, y'all would be making points, and in plain conversation, pull out a gun and shoot the person in the face as if y'all was just trying to make a point. Hey, shout to Psycho. Psycho joined the panel. I think he might agree with Chef, but I need people that agree with Chef, that do agree with Chef. Reggie, I'm gonna let you go, but just 3 minutes because Psycho jumped on the panel. You don't have a lot of time. But go ahead, Reggie.
Well, I'll let Psycho go first.
Okay, go ahead, Psycho, because he was in the chat and he made a comment. He made a comment. What was his comment? I'm gonna read this comment from Robert Parrish real quick. It says, history. Democrats have been on the side of African Americans since the 60s. 66 years of focusing on black issues. Research before you say anything. Why nobody use history to talk politics? I agree with you, Robert. I agree.
Can you give me 10 seconds?
Hold on.
10 seconds.
Hold on. Okay, 1 second. I will. Psycho, the reason why I asked Psycho to come up here is because Psycho normally cooks in the chat. He don't got a lot of time all the time to join panels. But in the chat, he said to Chef,
you're not slick, Brass. You're not slick, Brass.
Huh?
You're not slick, Brass. I got a bone to pick with you.
Hold on, give me 10 seconds before you.
Hold on, wait. I just want to read Psycho's comment and then you can go. Psycho's comment was, if I had Chef's position, I would go back to FDR or Truman. So that's why I was kind of, that's my thing. So I kind of want to see his thought process on going past LBJ and going all the way back to FDR. Yeah, I want to see going back there. But go ahead, Thunder. 10 seconds.
All right. So, if y'all know anything about history, Reggie mentions history. If you look at the 1964 Civil Rights Bill, the people that y'all want me to vote for, they wouldn't want to filibuster that. The Republicans voted for it both times. Matter of fact, the Republicans are responsible for it, but it was a Democratic president that signed it into law.
You want to hear the bone I got to pick with you?
First off, pause. Because you done said it twice and I ain't corrected you. I don't really, whatever you got to pick with me, hopefully it's a conversation of some kind. But yeah, go ahead, and then I want to go into what Psycho said. What did I do now? Go ahead.
Because see, you got everybody expressing their opinions and feelings and what they think, right?
and I can't.
And you ain't expressed yours.
Okay,
can't nobody judge
that's
you.
Smart. That's smart. So
yeah, we need you to give your opinion.
Yeah. When Psycho's done, I'll tell you what I think. The only reason I give my opinion on this is because I've given it so much. I think that's partly me and Truist. Chef announced that show after a conversation with me, Truist, and other people was talking. I thought people was pretty clear on where I stood, but I'll give my opinion. That would be kind of slick. I'm gonna start using that. That would be, if I wasn't doing it this time, I'm definitely gonna do that later. Go ahead, Psycho. Tell me do you agree with the point on the topic, and then go into why you say go past LBJ. But the topic is, once again to the chat, the topic is voting Democrat the only viable option for Black folks in America? Do you agree or don't you agree?
Well, I disagree with that statement right there. I was commenting at the time, y'all was talking about historically how Black people have voted. And there was some truth there. It was, but a little bit, there was some lot of nuances being left out.
Since 1936, so just to give the stat out, since 1936, in presidential elections, we voted roughly 85% Democrat.
Right.
Since 36.
100 years.
That's real nuance too, because I heard Reggie mention about how we was linking Republicans after slavery, which is true for the most part, but let's not forget that didn't last too long, because the Lily White movement is a thing, right? Like the whole Lily White movement happened where the white Republicans got them Black Republicans up out of positions of power, right? And you had Southerners out there pretty much not really having a space to really vote, and Black people up north aligned with the Democrats way before the 60s. Way before. A. Philip Randolph was a Democrat. He never was a Republican. He was rocking with those Northern Democrats the entire time, and he's been an activist since the 20s, right? So like Northern Black people been on the Democratic train, right? And reason why I said we could start with FDR, because FDR is the first president that actually started putting things in legislation when it came to civil rights with the Pullman Porters, right? Like he was at 41, I think it was. With the Pullman Porters, he put that bill into place to protect them. When A. Philip Randolph again put pressure on them and threatened to do the very first march up to Washington, which didn't happen because they kind of bowed down to his demands. So that's why I say you can start with FDR as far as like kind of swaying the Black vote towards the Democratic Party, or you can go to Harry Truman, who he signed in the bill where he desegregated the military, which was also a big deal for Black people after World War II. They felt like they wasn't respected for what happened up in World War II. So, they was lobbying a lot to get treated the same way as the white soldiers. And Harry Truman is the one that put that into place. And that was 48 when he got elected in. And also, that's the year the Dixiecrats that everybody loved to talk about. That was actually the same year as the Dixiecrats. That Dixiecrats got formed because of Harry Truman. And the whole Northern, it was a split in the Democratic Party. You had the Northern Democrats that was pushing for integration, and then you had the Southern Democrats who did not want to push for that was against integration. And that's when they kind of split it off and formed the Dixiecrats in 48 with Strom Thurmond and all them. And they did that not to even win the office. They did that so Truman wouldn't win. They tried to throw a monkey wrench in there and try to split the vote, and they figured that would be enough to hurt him and get him out of office, but it didn't. So that's why I said you're gonna go back. People like to start with LBJ or Kennedy, but no, it's presidents before that actually you could start with. My bad, but I'm done.
Study history like that, Psycho?
What happened?
I'm sure they've talked about this on them shows. Like his show, he's a wide range. So and he from Jersey. So
yeah, that was some good
from Jersey.
information.
Yeah, people from Baltimore don't have the ability to make great arguments. It's all that mercury and the crab and shit. But people from Jersey tend to be well-rounded, and have better conversations. But
shots fired.
So you don't, most certainly. I don't think Psycho, staying right there. So what do you think is problematic about Black people essentially only voting Democrat? What do you think? What would you attribute the situation, like basically looking at us as a people in 2026? What good would you attribute to that? Because here's the thing, whether we think it's the only viable option or not, the fact remains since 1936, we voted roughly 85% Democrat. But what good has that done for us? And then if you can, and this is to anybody trying to move the show to something else.
No, bring Chef ass on here and tell us in 1935, we've been voting the same fucking way, and y'all niggas love bitching and complaining about, how we oppressed and all this other stupid shit y'all keep bringing up. I've been making a hundred. Oh, never mind. Let me.
Chef is right now giving out Jewish tapers. That's why Basket. He in the barbershop giving out Jewish papers.
I know he hear it. I know he hear it.
I know he hear you. But he running. He gonna do a show.
Now
he's gonna do a show. Listen. He's gonna do a show, and we maybe will respond to the show. But right now, he's giving out Jewish tapers. Friday is a very big deal for the Jewish tapers in Baltimore, so he's busy doing that.
1935, 85%. That's what those are the two. That's what I want.
We got
Ship over there, nicking people's necks.
Yeah, he fucking cuts up. I hope you know your camera is on, Tony, just so we don't see some wild shit. You sweeping up or putting away a body or some wild shit. Psycho. So being that we have voted 85% roughly since the 30s, mid 30s, what good do you think, and then after I'll open that up to the panel, what good do you think that has done, or what bad do you think that has brought us as a people?
I understood the need. I understand, historically, I understand the need that we had to vote Democrat, given the position that we was politically in this country, not having a whole lot of political power and having to lean towards the Democrats because the Republicans just wasn't fucking with us at all. And, that was our only route. If you're somebody who's into, this country and you believe in the American dream and you believe in integration, then yes, I don't see how you can be against the Democrats if you're somebody who holds those positions, because without the Democrats, you wouldn't have that.
Hey, let me ask you a question.
Hold on. Don't cut him. Don't cut him. Let him finish his thought, then ask him a question. Go ahead, Psycho.
Yeah. Now I also think bad came with it as well, right? I don't think, again, I'm just I'm trying to just hold some positions that Chef might hold, because but yeah, it's some bad though with that as well though. Because what we did was we fell into the whole trap that the country put in place for everybody, not just Black people, but we kind of fell into that whole trap of the false dichotomy that we got to pick one or the other. And there was a point in time when that might have been true, like back in like we was talking about the 30s, 40s, 50s, even the 60s. But once we got around to the 70s and 80s, and we started becoming a little bit more politically aware, instead of us creating and carving our own niche, we decided to just stay on the Democratic train and kind of throw all our eggs in that basket. And that didn't serve us well in the long run.
That's your question.
I'm still here. Reggie's
let me
still
ask you a
here.
question. I heard you. The Southern Democrats, right?
What happened?
Let me ask you this question,
No, Reggie
Psycho.
said something. Give me 1 second, Thunder. What you saying, Reggie?
No, I said I'm still here. I was still waiting.
Okay, let him ask this question to Psycho, and I'll go right to you.
Yeah,
Go
so
ahead,
I guess maybe a small series of questions. But you said that the Republicans, what's the policy that the Republicans had that you were so against that black people need to go away from? Which one it was?
What you said, current Republicans or
No,
historical?
my brother. You said that the black people had a profound need to vote Democrat because of what the Republicans were doing to them. Back in that day?
Yes. You know Goldberg is?
Do I know who Goldberg? Are you finna name one person? That's your argument? Psycho?
No, I'm not the only person I'm gonna name. I'm just asking, do you know who Goldberg is? Because that's where the switch kind of happened, because the Republicans were kind of neutral on civil rights bills and stuff like that.
They
They
were
weren't trying to get
neutral?
none. Yeah, they was
Oh,
neutral.
yeah,
They
you're
wasn't
propaganda.
trying to get
You're
things passed. They wasn't
I thought you was talking about something, bro. I thought he was really talking about something. You said the Republicans was the one who were voting for the civil rights bill. Why did you say that we were passing?
But now again, like I said, to say black and white is nuanced. You got to understand, because you got the Southern strategy.
Bullshit.
Okay,
You mean to tell me how the Republicans were passive?
I just told you.
Tell me how they were passive.
Okay, well, I just told you what happened in '48, right? The split that happened in the Democratic Party.
I'm talking about 1964.
Right.
What talking about?
What happened in 1948 shapes what happened in 1964. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You can't just start in 1964. Shit led up to that.
Well, that's the argument. That's what Chef want to start.
You asked the question.
Chef
I'm trying to answer.
Yeah, but Chef's we going off the premise of 1964. That's what we're going off. We're going off Melinda Banks.
Well, you got to tell the temperature of the room, because you're just painting it just like this is just black and white. Like, okay, this happened and that's just that. No, it's way more nuanced than that. We talking politics. So,
but we're talking about politics at 1964.
Yeah, but what led up to 1964? Because 1964 was Goldberg. And that's why I'm telling you, something led up to Goldberg flipping the Republican Party and attempting to flip the Republican Party, and that was what happened in '48. Like I said, like what I left out, it happened in '48 with the Dixiecrats and everything else. There was a whole DNC that happened in 1948. You can look this up. Where Truman was announcing that he was going to make a run for president and everything else, and the Southern Democrats, who eventually became the Dixiecrats, started a riot up in there. They whipped out guns, threatened to start shooting people and everything else, and they stormed out. And this is when they decided to branch off and start their own splinter group of Democrats.
Oh, really? That's the Democrats?
Yes. Southern Democrats did this. Yes,
the
Northern Democrats, because they was
the Republicans doing at that time.
Let him finish his thought, Thunder. Y'all going back and forth. Let him finish his thought.
We got that. We got Goldberg. Now, what were the Republicans doing at that time? In 1948.
In 1948, they wasn't pandering to black people. They was pandering to the white base. They pandered to the white base as well.
What was the Republican?
They was running against Truman, who was trying to, because remember, 1948 is right after 1947. What happened in 1947? Jackie Robinson happened in 1947. Jackie Robinson was a test run, right? Because the Northern liberals wanted to integrate the entire country. The North was already integrated. They wanted the entire country integrated. And after that social experiment with Jackie Johnson, the very next year, that's when Truman ran under the idea that he was going to try to integrate the country.
Who was the party that was pro-integration? Who was the party that was against immigration?
Dewey was against it. That's what he was running against.
I'm asking you a question. What was the party that was pro-immigration, and what was the party that was anti-immigration?
It was North versus South. It was a battle for North and South. They were trying to win votes. And the Republicans they was trying to tap into that Southern base. They was trying to tap into that Southern base. I'm telling you what happened.
No, you're not. I asked you who was the party. Who was the party that was anti?
From 1948 to 1964, the target was the South. Everybody was trying to win the South. It was all about integrating
the South. Party that initiated Jim Crow laws? Which one? Who was that? What was that party?
What happened?
Yeah, you heard what I said, bro. Who was the party that initiated and founded and sent out the Ku Klux Klan? Who was that?
There ain't no party sent out the Ku Klux Klan. That wasn't sent out by the party. That's another misnomer.
Psycho, yeah, that's good. That's good.
The Democrat,
no problem. No problem.
That's a YouTube talking point. That's a YouTube talking point.
Psycho.
The Democrats,
the
Democrats did not create the Ku Klux Klan. The Ku Klux Klan just so happened to be Democrat. The Ku Klux Klan just so happened to be Democrats. And when you say that the Democratic Party put out the Ku Klux Klan, that's alluding that the Democratic Party created the Ku Klux Klan, and that's not what happened.
So in 1921, right, the Democratic National Convention. What happened in that 1921 Democratic National Convention? What happened?
I don't know. Tell me. Put me on.
You don't know, do you? Do? So if y'all at y'all's computer, put in KLAN, Klan, KLAN.
Yeah, that's Will Joe Wilson. So what?
You said you didn't know, so let me tell everybody. Since
but I don't know what event you talking about when they played Birth of the Nation. Are you talking about Birth of the Nation? They played the White House?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You straight. 1921, Klan Bake, Democratic National Convention. Can you pull that up for me and put on the screen?
Oh, yeah. Will Joe Wilson was a Klan supporter. Yes. He was a Southern Democrat. Right. He was a Southern Democrat.
You good, Psycho. Don't worry about it. You said you didn't know. So let me inform you.
How is that?
All right, hold on one second.
You do understand the Klan was created in the 1800s, right?
Hey, don't worry about it, bro. We got you. We got you. Don't worry about it.
All right, both y'all mute out real quick.
By a bunch of former Confederate soldiers out in Tennessee.
And Chef is saying this is why he said LBJ forward. But give me 1 second, because y'all going back and forth. I kind of like this better, but still got to be under some order, and we still got to get the Reggie. The 1921 DNC Klan Bake refers to the Ku Klux Klan gathering that took place around the time of the early 1920s Democratic Party political environment, when the KKK had significant influence in parts of the United States. The Klan Bake was basically a KKK rally or social gathering in the early 20th century. It would have cross burnings, speaking about 100% Americanism, recruitment drives, and parades of members in droves. The political context in the 1920s was, in the early 1920s, the KKK had millions of members across the United States. However, the Democratic Party had visible internal fights in and about the Klan. But the key moment was in the that's 1924. So essentially that's what it was. It was a Klan rally in the DNC.
Now I never said that the Klan wasn't Democrats. I was responding to his exact statement, which was the Democrats created the Ku Klux Klan. And that's a false statement.
No problem. You say that's false, right?
Yes, that's false.
Okay, cool, no problem. Now, and it's good. This is good content. Maybe we can do a whole nother show on this. I'm glad we're having this. Now, aside the Klan Bake aside, at the Democratic National Convention, we ain't even talking about that. Now we can go to Madison Square Garden. Shout out to Mecca. Shout out to the Mecca. Shout out to everybody over in New York. Truist and all y'all. Matter of fact, Reggie, we got the Democratic Party. Has the Ku Klux Klan ever been were they part of? Did they march in Madison Square Garden? Yes or no?
I think they did. And there were
you think
the
they
Ku
did?
Klux Klan. The Ku Klux, New York City is.
You really serious, Reggie?
You said what?
Let him answer. You deal with it.
All right. He said he think they did. Come on, man.
Yeah. Well, yeah. They marched. They marched on City Hall in New York, and I was there. They have large factions throughout New York, largely Long Island, and then they have the upstate, and then they have downstate.
What year was that?
I mean, across the Tapestry Bridge. I
what
don't
year
know.
was that?
That they
You don't
marched.
know.
No, What's the what?
Are
I can
we
go
at the
and Google
hold on, hold
it.
on.
I
Are
can
we at the we
Google.
want
I
war? Is
forgot
that
when
the
I
name of the
was.
show?
Yes,
I forgot
that
when I
happened.
was there a march. They just had a march with white supremacists at the mayor's at City Hall. These things happen a lot. You're not New York. It happens more often than not. So I'm just trying to figure out what's your point. What's your point?
The whole country was soft on the Klan at that time. The whole country.
You said what?
This is the 20s. This is the rebirth of the Klan.
I think his point. Hold on. I think his point. So we can move it forward. Y'all can argue. I actually like this. We've been kind of civil for a while, but I kind of like the back and forth to get a conversation going. But I think his original point is more along the lines of when you try to align the black people are voting Democrat, but essentially you try to paint it a different way, but that the Klan is basically tied to the Democratic Party.
I think a stronger position for Thunder.
Hold on, Reggie. What you saying, Truist?
I think a stronger position. He began to say it, but he would have been better off talking and pointing to Jim Crow, because even though Jim Crow laws were like on a state and local level and were obviously protected by Southern Democrats, in order for them to have any like holding and protection, the federal government and Congress and the Supreme Court had to protect those state and local laws. And we see even the entities in Congress and the Supreme Court that helped protect those Jim Crow laws in the South, those were mainly Democratic entities, even when it comes to the congressional and judicial branch that protected it on the state and local level. I think
when was the Jim Crow law started, Truist?
What's
when
that?
they started in 1964. When did the Jim Crow law start? 1964.
No,
No.
1800s at the home.
No, but Thunder, I'm saying instead of talking
I
about
know.
a damn Klan, hold on, brother, hold on. I'm trying to help you. Instead of talking about a Klan rally, you should have talked about. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
White movement and all that.
Brass. I have to object to your system. Because I have been waiting to talk.
I know.
And so this seems to be interesting to you. So just to be respectful to me, just say, Reggie, we're not interested in what you have to say.
No, that's not what it is. Hold on.
Stay early.
Not what it is. It's just they got into more of a back and forth that I wanted to end. And then
people were talking.
The natural progression is we're going right. Hold on, Psycho, if you could stay. Their conversation, I was trying to offer something to kind of move it forward, but it's not. So it might be another show, like, the Klan's origins and stuff like that. That's another show. So go ahead, Reggie. We could do that as another show. I already got this stuff.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a few comments, and then I am gonna have to
take some medicine and go to sleep. Go ahead, brother.
That's what I've been trying to do. Okay, so largely until before the 1960s, Black folks had really had no venue for politics except for national politics, presidential elections. Prior to that, the problem was that the Black vote, in fact, was chilled until a change in the Voting Rights Act of '65, right? I think it's necessary to understand the progression of politics and how people become Democrats, because then or Republicans, or as far as Black folks is concerned. So there was no real political venue, right? I'm talking post after Reconstruction, right? On Black folks' voting rights, largely in the South, was completely chilled. And so Black folks largely looked at presidential elections as a way to get things like acts going. things like that, right? That's why you have later the March on Washington and all this stuff, because Black folks was catching hell in the South. You can look at the whole civil rights movement. So there was really no real venue for Black folks up until the Voting Rights Act of 65, right? Now, so it was just basically presidential elections. And so you would become a Democrat or Republican largely for bought into that for presidential elections. 68, 67, 68, a new venue came out, and that was the Black mayors, right? Or Black cities. And then now, from that particular point on, right, we've been able to participate in more robust voting and deciding, because in that structure that came about with Black mayors in Black cities, we were able now to kind of push for more congressmen that look like us, and occasionally Senate, but mostly congressmen. And then at the same time, it increased our participation in state, right? So like in New York, you have the assembly, the state assembly, and things like that, right? You have like a two-part upper and lower in most states, as far and then there's counties, right? So the world changed after 67 and 68, where now Black folks are participating in local politics, right? And I think that part is being missed because of most of the stuff that you're talking about is really presidential elections. So now we're getting more congressmen. We're electing more congressmen. So now there's a burst of Black congressmen going into the, of course, the House, right? And so things had actually changed. So then there's a kind of a restructuring that these politicians that was running, a lot of them, because they had the national politics in their mind, they broke up into Democrats. And so for a long, long while, the only venue for Black folks for choice was Democrat, right?
All right, Reggie, let me ask you a question.
Not Republican. Well, no, you're not going to answer me. You're not going to answer any question. Unless you're saying that I am wrong. First, say that I'm right or wrong.
I'm just asking you a question.
No,
I'm saying
answer. I know on my when I'm speaking.
Quick question: do you think he's wrong, Thunder? 1 second, Reggie. Do you think he's wrong, Thunder?
I think he's misleading. I think he's leaving out a whole bunch of stuff.
Okay, hold on. Wait. Then give him 2 minutes to finish, and then bring up what he missed. And then Psycho, like I said, jump back in because I know you don't got a lot of time, or if you do have time, I don't know. But just finish up, Reggie, 2 minutes, and then if you think he's misleading, then bring it up after that, Thunder. Go ahead, Reggie.
Yeah. So, all right. So now with this age of Black mayors, and they are becoming they're announcing themselves as Democrats, right? Because they think that their best interest is served by the Democrats, the Democratic president, right? So they're local, but they're looking to use their local power to influence, have some Congress, and to now show the United States that the Black vote does count. So it became a viable vehicle for us in the well, not us, but for large amounts of Black folks at that time period, right? So we have higher voter registration because now we have some control over cities and counties, right? And all of this will be how can I say abused or by the parties themselves, right? It will be then our political activity is very young in the United States. It's really very young. So we're looking at my age, which is 60, 61. We're looking at my life, my age life, right? That prior to that, in that period, we those are these are the new vehicles that were being created. So what did I get wrong, Thunder?
Wrong is not the point. What I said was misleading. You said that in the South, this is your quote, the black vote was being chilled, correct?
That's correct.
All right, good. How was it being chilled, Reggie? What's the vehicle they used that was used to chill the black vote?
Poll tax, literacy test, terror. The black vote was chilled in the South.
There you go. Poll tax, literary test, and what else?
Just terror. Yeah,
okay, good.
Just terror. Don't come out and vote.
Okay, good. Well, how was that implemented? Who implemented that, Reggie?
The white supremacist, at the top, the white supremacist organization. Right?
Ain't no white supremacists passed no voter test laws, Reggie. So who was the party that passed those laws?
Don't no. That was the whole reason for the Voting Rights Act of 65. Obviously, no. That's the whole point of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. That's the whole point of it. That's law. That's fact. Right? I'm not going to be in the fantasy world.
Reggie, I'm asking you a question. Who was the party that enacted voter test, literacy test, and what was the other thing you said? I can't remember. Literacy. What was the voter literacy? What was the other one?
Just terror. Just terror.
There you go.
It was
so who was the party? Who was the party that put
now you're messing up. Now, see, that's why you don't understand, right? And listen, I have been nice to you all day. No, I have not. Think about if everybody was listening to me, I have been very nice. I didn't interrupt you. I didn't call you no names. I didn't say nothing about you, right? I just said I simply disagree. Now you want to make everything. Watch this. You want to make everything a party.
Who was the voter test? I ain't attacking you. You try to make it like you a victim. You're a victim. I'm asking you a question. Who was the
I'm not trying to say. I'm saying that at this point, the party doesn't goddamn matter.
No, it does matter because I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a question.
Answer your question. Black people weren't involved in the process until 1965. Largely, it was a struggle.
Who was the political party that prevented it?
You're saying, who is the political party? We wasn't involved in that process.
I know, Reggie. Who was the political party that prevented it?
White folks. That's the party.
I'm done, Brad. Who's the next person?
Hey, Warren, that was very
you got it wrong, Thunder. You got it wrong. This is not your show today. There's no next person. Black people was suppressed until 1965.
No, we get it. We get it, brother. We get it.
No, they don't get it. There was no party that we was part of because we weren't part of the process.
That's the question. Was the Ku Klux Klan ever riding around there when it was time to vote with shotguns in their pickup looking for black people and intimidating them from voting?
Yeah, your question.
I'm saying that there are people in their groups.
Reggie.
Okay. Hey, we got it. We got it.
Oh, yours.
No.
Press.
I can't. Hold on 1 second. There's other people that want to get in. But y'all bring this to a close.
I'm not gonna press.
Yes, sir.
Press.
Yes, sir.
From your political understanding, how off am I that black folks largely in the South wasn't part of wasn't really part of the process until the Voting Rights Act?
You're not off. You're not. Listen. Hold on. You asked me a question. Let me answer. You're not off at all. But that's not. But the point is, that's not what Thunder is talking to. Thunder's point. Thunder has nothing. He's not asking you anything about what we voted for. What he's saying is, and that I see his point. I just don't want to participate. I'm gonna step out and just watch the good discourse happen. Is he's saying, yes, we didn't have nothing to do with it. It was outside of us. We weren't participating. But the party that we see as the only viable option are the people that were supporting what he's talking about. That's his point. That's his point. That's what I'm saying. Like y'all kind of talking past each other. Y'all talking on two different points and trying to figure out why one isn't answering the other's question.
Yeah, because I think that
because
what I think he's trying to paint a picture of Democrats versus Republicans instead of white people and their interests.
Hold on. I want to get to Psycho. Hold on, Reggie. I want to get to Psycho real quick. And plus, bro, you sick, bro. Don't try to.
Wait. We was going back and forth. Wait, they was going back and forth for 7, 8, 9, 10 minutes.
I know, but Hey, Reggie, no, it's not that I don't think it's a good conversation. But once if y'all talking on the same point, he's speaking to the title. I think I fully agree and understand your point. But if y'all gonna get to a point, then we don't got to move forward. But I don't have
to get to a point with him.
Okay, then go ahead.
I don't really care. I'm not arguing with. I think he's wrong. Right. I think he's wrong. I think that he doesn't. He's just trying to paint a picture of as if black folks were Democrats. He wants to condemn the Democratic Party, right? That's not what I'm talking about. He's doing two different things. His point is.
Well, take 2 minutes and explain your point. Take 2 minutes and explain your point. I just want to get to other people on the panel that want to talk. But go ahead, finish for 2 minutes.
I'm gonna lay down. No, I've done enough. I've done enough.
All right, brother. Hey, feel better, brother. Feel better.
I've done enough.
Go ahead, Thunder.
And you know what? It's not only that I'm not feeling well. It's just that it's. I just don't think that it's fair. I'm making a counterpoint.
Right. I told you to go ahead and make your point. I'm not going to stop you.
Yeah. My counterpoint is that after the voting rights, then we can really talk about participating in these parties and how both parties abuse us. But he doesn't believe that there's anything wrong with the Republican Party, that they did nothing. They did not abuse us. They did not chill us. That people, right, wrapping themselves around a best interest party, something that they can get their politicians in to create local laws, right? He only sees it as Democratic and Republican. Republican. I don't see it like that.
Okay.
No, I don't want to answer your question. You don't get it.
What's funny, what I find funny, Reggie, is I've heard y'all over the past week or so, and y'all speak in such high reverence of each other, and that's the elder, that's the other. And now y'all in the middle of the street, damn near about to kill each other on the same.
No, I just know when what he's trying to do is pigeonhole me into a Democratic Party or Republican Party, and I'm saying it doesn't make any. I'm like Cuban now. It doesn't make any sense.
Hey, listen.
It doesn't make any sense because I don't see the narrative that he's making. These are people and groups. People and groups.
Give him a minute, then I'm gonna go to you, Thunder, and then I'm gonna go to Psycho.
You see what's happening?
I see it exactly. I'm just not upset about it. I see what you're doing.
I was talking. I had been put in mute and shit.
right? And every time I talk, I'm such a nice guy that got to get interrupted. I don't want to be upset, right? I don't want to injure myself any further, but I try to be the nice guy on these platforms, right? I'm saying the narrative is wrong. Okay, now I'm finished.
Brass, I'm unavailable. Can you put me in
No.
queue, Brass? Put me in the
Okay,
queue.
I need to. Okay,
Put me in the
Stu.
queue.
Hey, Stu. I need to finish with Thunder and Psycho, and you can have the floor, brother. I just need to finish with Thunder and Psycho, and then you can have the floor. Go ahead, Psycho. You had a question.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
like I was trying to say earlier, this thing is very nuanced. There is no black and white. When you're talking about this thing on a political landscape, you are talking about North versus South, not Republican versus Democrat. And once we start putting these things in these boxes, we are falling into traps, because people like to mention that these Southern Democrats were all Klansmen and everything else, which is true during the time period. That's what was going on. They didn't create the Klan, but they were the Klan was Democrats, right? And they were doing some fuck shit with the boxes and at the polls and everything else, trying to keep people from voting and all that. But my question to everybody is this: who holds that position? Who are the people that try to stop them? Northern Democrats. Those are the ones that were trying to stop them. Those are the people that were sending down the Freedom Riders and all this other stuff, trying to get them the right to vote, X, Y, and Z, this, that, and the third. So it was, again, there was a split within that whole party. Y'all talk about the Democrats like the Southern Democrats were the Democrats in totality. That wasn't what was going on. So that's why I said this whole thing is nuanced, and we need to put it in its proper boxes. It was South versus North. That's what was going on. Integrating the South.
You make a great point. You make a great point. But when we say, and Reggie kind of did it too, when we try to go into, we got to remember, we're speaking to I don't know if it's really a hypothesis, but we're speaking to a thought put forth by chefs. So it's not that we're putting anything in a particular box, but we're dealing with a stance that's in a box. When you say the words, Democrat has been the only viable option for Black people since 64, roughly Lyndon Baines Johnson. The argument, the counterpoint to that statement, we're arguing against the box. If you understand what I'm saying. So like, it's always gonna be. It's not that I think people is bringing up box points. It's just you're arguing against a very rigid stance. There's no fluidity, no variety in the stance. It's the only Chef believes, and that's what this show will be about, that voting Democrat federally, I'm assuming, right, is the only viable option for Black people since LBJ and the Civil Rights Bill. So when you're arguing against it, a lot of the arguments seem rigid, but it's because it's going against a stance that's 85%. So, I mean, I get what you're saying, Psycho, but I don't know. The title is Chef Stance. He'll give his stance when he does his show.
All right. Now, when it comes to the Democratic Party and atrocities that they have done and are doing and will be forever doing, y'all don't want to take account for that. And I told Reggie, he grilled me. Reggie is crying now. This ain't got to take personal. I ain't making no attacks against him. I'm asking him a question. Real simple. He said that the Black vote in the South was chilled. I asked him, how was it chilled? Voter test, literacy test, etc. Okay, cool. Who implemented those tests, Reggie? White supremacists. That was one of the funniest answers he ever gave. That's ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous. And it's not fair to the conversation because you don't want to say the obvious answer. We know who the hell is responsible for all the atrocities that the Black community going through. All these welfare queens.
All the atrocities? Wait, you said all the atrocities?
Well, wait. Even I gotta give you some pushback.
That's fine. You don't have to. No, let me relent. Okay, good. So let me amend that. The majority of the atrocities that Black Americans have gone through
And since we've been here, it's by the hands of the Democratic Party. Slavery, all these things. Who was the party that fought against slavery? Since you want to bring up slavery, who was the party that voted against it? Who was the party that voted for civil rights? It wasn't the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party in 1964 was what did it.
More Republicans voted for it. The Democrats. That's because they had control of the what you would call it. I think it was the House at the time. So more Democrats voted against it. But Democrats did vote for it too, though.
I didn't say Democrats didn't vote against it. I mean, they didn't vote for it. Okay. Vote for it.
All right.
I said the one who did the filibuster. If you would have been patient, my brother, the ones who filibustered it was the Democratic Party. That was not the Republican Party. No, the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party. Whether from the South, the East, the North, or the West, they asked.
Take 30 seconds, and then I'm gonna let Psycho go.
Okay,
Take 30 seconds.
I'm gonna do 30 seconds. So the reason why Reggie is mad and upset ain't because I attacked him, it's because I asked him a simple question. He's losing focus on what the topic is. If y'all notice, I've been the one staying on topic the whole time. If y'all notice, and everybody else been way all somewhere else. I've been right there on topic the whole time. We talking about, is it in black people's best interest to keep voting the same way we've been voting for 100 fucking years? Or at some point do we say, hey, enough is enough? At least let's look for a viable another quote unquote viable option. At least another one. Damn, how many times we gonna keep doing this? How long? I didn't even know it was 1935. I thought it was about 1950s, 1960s, somewhere in there. When 85% of black people been voting this way for 100 years, and I got to hear a bunch of damn black people moaning and groaning and bitching about their circumstances, and you keep voting the same fucking way, and then you're gonna sit here and do another show to try to influence me to continue this shit. Go ahead, Psycho.
Real quick, Psycho. Real quick. I just want to jump in real quick. I want to be clear when we having these shows, right? Because I think it's kind of like a narrative that's going on. When we having a show, whether you agree with somebody's point or you don't agree with somebody's point, argue your point. Don't be, well, if you don't agree with somebody, then present your point. It is not anybody's job, not mine or anybody on mute. I've been asking this entire morning. If you don't agree with Thunder or you don't like what he's saying, get into the Discord and state your case. If you don't want to state your case, then that's a whole nother thing, I guess. That's like some weird shit, but that's something weird. But I guess all I'm saying is I don't agree with every damn thing he's saying. I don't know. I'm going to assume, Thunder, that welfare queen shit was hyperbole, because you know I don't agree with that bullshit. But, yeah, right, that's inflammatory. You add it in to get your point across. But I would hope anybody on the other side of the conversation, then state your point or argue your point.
You can't argue with me, not about no politics. You can't.
Yeah,
nobody can.
It's weird. We're in a weird place because when we sit in these conversations, a lot of the conversations be from one side or the other, and other people's arguing their point. But right now, other than Reggie and Psycho, I really haven't heard anybody. There he is. There he is. I can add
so that you could say something to Thunder about it.
I do.
I did not write that in the chat so that you could say anything. I wrote it in the chat because I'm writing in the chat. Because if I want to come on here and say something to Thunder, I just don't want to ruin y'all little bullshit ass show, right? If I want to come on here and say something to Thunder, I will address his dick suckers. You think I won't get on here and tell him about the mouthful of white dick he got in his mouth right now?
I wanted you to come onto the platform. That was the whole.
No, I don't. That's not. I don't need. Y'all having a good show, Brass. Y'all having a good conversation.
Okay, bro.
And I'm taking you what you said to me the other day.
You're correct.
Right?
You're correct.
I heard you. So when I feel like it's a dick sucker on the panel, I won't be sitting up on the panel with a nigga with a mouthful of white dick in his mouth, right?
Okay.
Or a big fat wet pussy. If I think some people are big fat wet pussies, you told me, Brass. You said, well, I don't understand how you on the panel with somebody who you think is a big fat wet pussy, right?
Correct.
So I
You're
wasn't on the panel. I leave my comments in the comment section.
You're right. I apologize. You're right.
I appreciate it.
I would be actually going against what I asked you to do. That's the
the people who came up with the whole welfare queen title. It would be Republicans, and that was a way to slander black people and paid all black women as welfare queens as getting all.
Wait, you think? Wait, let me look. You. Go ahead.
They did. Let me be very.
And thank you, Corey. Once again, you did correct.
They didn't create the term, but they popularized it.
You said they
created it, bro.
The term got created. A newspaper actually created the term in Chicago when this mulatto woman who was scamming the country.
Hold on, let finish
getting welfare in a bunch of different states, a bunch of different counties, shit like that. I forgot how much they said. She was racking up like 6 figures a year off of welfare benefits, and this was in the 70s. And she got caught in Chicago.
No, it wasn't the 70s.
It was the 70s when she got caught.
When she got caught. Yeah, 76.
She got caught in the 70s. Yeah. I'm about to say she got caught in the 70s, and she was a white passing mulatto.
Let's put a name to it, Psycho.
That's how she was able to get it off, because she'll go to one county, say she's a white woman, get motherfucking benefits, go to another state and represent a black woman and get benefits.
Man, well, hold
on. Stop. Let's put a name to it. The term welfare queen became famous in American politics because of Ronald Reagan during his 1976 presidential campaign. Now, you can rebut this, but rebut the story, not me. The phrase came from Reagan used the story of a woman in Chicago to argue that the welfare system was being abused. The case involved Linda Taylor. Authorities accused her of using multiple fake identities, collecting welfare benefits under different names, committing fraud involving food stamps and government aid. Reagan described her in speeches as someone who had dozens of aliases, multiple Social Security numbers, collected large amounts of welfare benefits. The media then began referring to this type of fraud as a welfare queen.
Chicago Tribune.
Exactly. So I think it's the media. I think I'm gonna look a little further.
Chicago Tribune coined the term. The Chicago Tribune.
Okay, so the Tribune. So it wasn't Democrats or Republicans. But it was from a story that Reagan put out there.
Let me change it and say he popularized it. Right, he took that story and he made it a national story.
Ramon said Linda Taylor is chief ex-wife.
I'm starting to see how Psycho moving now. Psycho, you diabolical for real, bro. You a diabolical nigga. If you could pull some shit like that out and think we don't know, I was there waiting. That's cold blooded what you just did, bro. That was cold blooded what you just did. You just put that on the Republican Party. That's horrible.
They popularized that, and they put.
It does say that
it was more than just a one-off. That was a one-off situation, a very unique situation. He pushed the narrative that all these black people out here collecting a whole bunch of welfare.
You don't give Reagan none of that. What's the word? You don't give Reagan no credit. I don't know the word, but anything thunder in that.
Reagan got to do with that?
I'm asking a question.
The abuse. I'm answering your question.
Yes or no, and then say whatever you want. Yes or no first. No. Okay, go ahead.
No welfare queen. The Chicago Tribune came around. He was talking about the need for welfare reform. Okay, good.
So he mentioned welfare queens, the whole.
Let me finish. Political impact. Reagan used this story in his 1976 and 1980s campaigns to argue for welfare reform. That is what he was talking about. He wasn't talking about no black and white. I don't even know what color Linda Taylor is.
Right, but she was presented as a black woman. That's
Yeah,
what she
but
was
she
in.
could
That's what he
pass
was
her.
talking
She was
about.
going to
He was
different areas,
representing
as
as a
different
black
folks.
He was talking about the abuse in the welfare system. That's what he's talking about. He ain't had nothing to do with no damn welfare queen.
He was pushing it off that black people are sitting on their ass, not making collecting all this money,
Now
all these benefits, not doing shit. That's what he
you
was
see how he
presenting.
did that? That's why I say you dangerous, bro. You a dangerous person.
Okay, I get what you're doing.
It's called pushback politics. He got it from George Wallace. Like it's
He got
nothing.
now pushback. Now George Wallace, who was the Democrat.
It was all about trying. It was all about trying to get. It was all about trying to get the Southern vote because 1976
Now you see what I'm saying, Brian?
Hold on, let him go. Let him go. Let him finish. I see what you're saying, but let him go. Let him finish talking.
1976 was the last time the South, the Democrats swept the South. And that was with Jimmy Carter, and that's because Jimmy Carter's a Georgia dude. And that was the last time that the motherfucking South Democrats swept the South. And then the next motherfucking election was 1980, and Ronald Reagan, by and large, swept the motherfucking
What
South.
the hell that got to do with welfare queen? And you just all over the place.
I'm telling you about the Southern strategy. I'm telling you this is when the
Southern strategy.
This is when the Southern strategy became complete. Because that's why he was saying what the reason why he was saying what he was saying was to appeal to those Southern voters. He was trying to get that Southern base.
Hey, all right, hold on, y'all. Okay, we got that. We can argue. Well, the way it's portrayed is that Reagan started the story. Chicago Tribune created the physical name welfare queen, and Reagan popularized it. That's how it's in chat. That's how it is in ChatGPT. If we see something otherwise, we'll leave it as that. But it does say, Thunder, that Reagan popularized it after the Chicago Tribune created it.
Right.
It does say that. So that's in.
And it sounds like he also used it.
I'll go take a minute, but I just forgot. Stu P's supposed to be talking this entire time. Go ahead, Truist, and then I got to get to Stu.
It also sounds like Reagan misused it or used it in a different framing than the Chicago Tribune did, because Chicago was using it to talk about her frauding, getting welfare through fraud. Whereas it seems like the way he used it and going forward from it, it's used to just talk about people that's on a bunch of welfare, but not necessarily scamming to get welfare like she was.
Yeah, but to be honest, Truist, welfare queen, the term literally is
look up Lee Atwater.
It's to invoke Lee Atwater's speech on YouTube.
Lee Atwater is the person who he's the one who made the whole blueprint for Reagan's campaign to pander to those Southern voters and everything else. And he used racial politics, aka pushback politics, and he kind of formulated he kind of paid the blueprint for what Trump runs on today. Trump ain't nothing but Reagan 2.0. That's
okay,
all
hold on. Okay, good shit. Love it. I want to get to Stu, but speak to True's point. Welfare queen is not a term to describe welfare fraud in America. The welfare queen is to describe black welfare fraud.
I get that's what Reagan made it, but how did
No. I'm not saying Reagan. I'm talking about in 2026. If you say the term welfare queen, the picture that's supposed to be presented is a black woman on welfare. That's
because of Reagan. That's what I'm saying. That's because of Reagan. I'm saying.
Oh, so you saying that's how you popularized it versus it?
Yeah, I'm saying Chicago did it. Chicago used it to talk about fraud. Reagan racialized it.
Okay, so not popularized, he racialized that.
He racialized it. Chicago used it to talk about fraud.
I'm gonna look that up because all it says is popularized. I want to see. Hold on. All it says is that he popularized the term. I'm gonna look it up to see if he racialized the term. But we cannot run from stupidity. We gotta let stupidity get in the conversation.
He both popularized it and racialized it.
Okay, I'm gonna look that up. But get to your point. Don't go to there.
But let me get to my point. Give him a 3 minutes like you give everybody.
I'm gonna give you 5. You ain't spoke all day. Go ahead.
Yeah. No. Somebody come in here and them talk about the foster care system in America. How it looking after people in the foster care system. How after they finish the foster care system, they get to go to colleges. Not recognizing that even in Tennessee today, House Bill 103 is advocating to transfer people from foster care system in the penal system, even when they didn't commit a crime. But that's America for you. But somebody coming here and beginning up the foster care system, we're not realizing that some Republican states now are trying to transition people from out of foster care into prison, mass incarceration, even if they don't commit a crime. Then somebody else now come and talk about which state, whether Democratic or Republican state. I can understand that I know the difference between a Dixiecrat and a Democrat. But nobody will tell you that it was the Democrats in 1948, Harry S. Truman, who started introducing civil rights. But they'll talk about it with the Democrats that were doing the bullshit. Because that is why the South split. Harry S. Truman in 1948, after World War II, started to look at this and said, this is bullshit. Let's look on civil rights. And then Atwater and them boys said, no, we don't like this. And we're switching to Republicans. But they come in here and they say, who's saying this, who's saying that? And I realized something, and I agree with Corey. I'm not wasting my time talking to anybody who reverberate dick-sucking arguments from the white man, word for word. And that is my 2 cents. Anybody listen to anybody who can tell you what the white man said, word for word, and defend it. And even when people tell them that Reagan was the one who calling people welfare queen, he said, oh no, that white man who dick I suck up, who had dug up his grave and went down there and sucked his femur because his dick was disintegrated, he wouldn't do such a thing. But I'm jumping off now. I will listen to it at YouTube. I am not participating in any show with any white dick sucker anymore. Thank you for having me.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God. I gotta hold on. I think it's funny, but I will say this.
It's funny.
I did say the words in our cuss out show. I did say that if you cannot have if we argue on points and you don't have the ability, you know, I support Stu and Corey. If they know that that's where it's gonna go or it's gonna fuck up the show, I can't ask for some shit and then turn around and be mad when they don't want to participate. So I respect it. I respect that. Anybody else want to go? Because I want to close up. Anybody else want to go? Hopefully y'all have a good weekend. Psycho, I appreciate you for participating. Cuban, I thank you for not participating whatsoever, even though you had the ability to. Tony, I'm glad you're here. I know you probably would have started cursing and shit too. And Truth, you know you my guy, bro. Shouts to you. And enjoy this cold ass weather in Jersey. I don't know what the fuck is going on. It's not. It just to let y'all know, it was 80 degrees on Monday and Tuesday. It was fucking snowing yesterday when I was down in Weehawken. Just so y'all know, and it's freezing outside right now.
That's Jersey
Yeah.
for it.
This wind is
That's
brutal.
Jersey
When
in a
Reggie
fucking
said he was sick, I'm like, yeah, you were the half of the tri-state.
Yeah, half the tri-state is sick. It's crazy, bro. It's fucking crazy. This is. I mean, I'm used to it now, but it still shocks me. It was 80 degrees on Monday and 40.
Had my window open for a few days for months, and then I just had to close that motherfucker right back up.
Woo! But spring is on the way, bro. Spring is on the way. We always got good springs here, so there'll be a point where it's 70 consistent, and that's the best weather right at the beginning of spring. But if y'all got anything else, because I do want to enjoy my Friday, I think I did a good enough job announcing Chef's show. That should give him a lot of stuff to get busy and, you know, take a break from Jewish Tapers for a little bit and discuss his point. He got a lot of stuff he could look at. I still have not found somebody other than Chef that agrees, but I'm sure when he does the show, everybody's going to agree. That's how I like to have these conversations with contending points, because I want to hear someone that agrees with that stance. But I know when he does the show, it's gonna be yeah, you're right, yeah. But right
That's
now,
why I love what you did, because you got people to state their position on the record.
Yeah,
like
because I want to see.
Beautiful. I love, because you got them on the record with their position right now. So
now watch the bullshit. Watch the bullshit. Watch. Because Chef is amazing. He's amazing at galvanizing. He actually missed his calling with the Jewish Tapers. He really should be some form of a political leader, because he can rouse some motherfuckers up.
Hell no.
No, listen. political leaders, I don't agree with a whole bunch of them, but I can still say I can recognize some good shit when I see it. I don't agree with a lot of people on the Democratic side, but if some of that grilling they gave Kristi Noem to get her ass to resign, I like some of that shit. Some of that, well, I don't agree with the other person's politics, but on that, me and Chef agree on a lot of shit. It's just the things that we don't agree on are in the forefront right now, specifically politics. So I'm gonna get on, but do y'all have anything before I close? Psycho,
Yeah,
I know you took
I
time
got
out
something
your
I
day,
want to
brother.
say.
Hold on. I know you took time out your day to leave the chat, come onto the panel. I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Thunder. Appreciate you, brother. Thanks for coming in and once again fighting and standing on your square and defending your point. True as always. I'm gonna close out. Cuban, you go ahead and go.
I like how shows how you have the show today, and hopefully it stays like that. I think it's way
100%.
better where people get time limit to talk and there's no interruption. And even for the amount of times that there were interruptions, it didn't get bad. So I think that's a good thing. And if you want to, if you're curious to know my position on these things, you can check out my channel, subscribe to my channel. Because I feel
What's your channel, man? Your channel, Cuban.
Is Cuban Crisis.
So if we YouTube Cuban Crisis, your channel will come up?
Hell no.
Probably not. Nobody watches the fucking channel, but
right. So what's the actual what's the name? So I can put it in the chat or something.
The link or something.
Yeah, like a link so I can put it in the chat so people can check it out.
But
go ahead and talk while you're getting that.
Yeah, I was going to say. So I do agree that sometimes it's best not to say anything. Your silence can be enough to let somebody know you disagree with them, because it could turn. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think sometimes it shows do go a little bad when there's people getting pissed off, and it just kind of throws things off. So if you don't got nothing nice to say, don't say anything at all. That's kind of like what I'm. Where do you want me to send this to? In the Discord?
Just put it in Discord and I'll link it in here before we go, because I got a couple of announcements to make.
That's it.
And then part 2, though, I don't need you to argue your point, but do you think that the Democratic Party, just a yes or no, do you think that the Democratic Party is the only viable option for Black Americans in the United States of America?
Absolutely.
Yes or no, and then explain your point, because I know your answer may be a little nuanced.
No, I don't.
Okay.
I think those are the two parties that, of course, I mean, it's evident. These are the two parties that's always going to be in the Oval Office. We've had that discussion before.
Right.
You know what I mean? And that just is the reality. But you have other options of types of Democrat, like the Democratic Socialist was mentioned, or Clinton was mentioned. He was a conservative Democrat. You have conservative Republicans. You have Republicans that aren't considered conservative in the eyes of other Republicans. So there's different positions of those two parties, but you have other political ideologies. So no, I don't. I don't believe that. But to believe that something other than those two parties will be in the Oval Office, I don't see that happening.
Good point.
So if you're willing to roll with the punches and you just want to stand on principle, but if you're gonna say, hey, look, I'm gonna vote for these parties that was mentioned earlier, you vote for your interest. I think that's pretty smart, and it's not smart to vote because of a person. It's personality worship. But it's that's a touchy subject as it is.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So whatever floats your boat, man. Whatever floats your boat.
And that's the link to Cuban's channel is in the chat right there. That's his channel right there. Anybody else got anything before I go? I might stay live, but I might actually go live because I got a couple YouTube things I want to work out, and I think I feel like doing it in front of an audience and allowing maybe the chat to come up and
I
speak
just
their
say this,
speech.
man. I said it right here. I think we had a great show. And hopefully everybody see it's possible. I mean, it is possible to disagree and still not be jerks and disrespectful, stuff like that. I don't think we had any of that today. Shout out to Corey. I'm not sure. This dick sucking stuff. I'm not sure what that's about. You know, I'm sure we ain't gonna see each other in real life, so he cool. He can keep on. He can keep up with that. But I won't return the favor, man. I will say this though. The last time he was saying something about my lips and how his penis was getting hard looking at my lips, right? I've never been a part of anything gay, so I don't. This is not something that I ain't never said that to another man. So I don't even know how should I like, other than killing him on sight. How should I feel, Brass? When a man
Leave me out your shit. Leave me out your shit. When they said it, I didn't stop them. I'm not gonna stop you, but they didn't say I don't want my name involved anywhere in that shit.
Man, Cuban, if a man tells you that your lips make his penis hard, how would you take that?
I wouldn't be.
We had that.
Take my advice, Cupid. Whoever name he call, let him deal with that shit with themselves.
Okay,
I wouldn't be happy, but I'm gonna say that I know things have been about me. Things have been taken out of proportion. So I don't know what Corey said. I didn't hear what Corey said, so I don't know. But that
okay, I'm gonna leave you
alone, that's not cool. But I don't know what he said.
I'm gonna leave you out. My bad.
I don't know. I never heard.
Hey, Thunder, I got one piece of advice for you. Finish your breakfast, brother. That's between you and Stu Peas and Corey. Y'all sort that out. I think it's good though. I will give them this. I did say if it's gonna ruin the show, if this is gonna ruin the show, or it's gonna be a situation where you don't think you could be on a panel with somebody, I at least can respect the fact that at least they recognize that much, and then they said what they said, their speech, and that was that. So if we even graduated to that, then I think that's good though. I think that's good. I would hope eventually. Hold on. I would hope eventually it would change, but honestly, I can't say something like that and then somehow get frustrated because we can't all be on the same panel. So I can't. I mean, I get it. I get it. All right, I'm closing up. I'm about to go live. Wait, you want to say something?
Yeah, I just want to say shout out to all y'all. Thanks for having me up. This topic's interesting because our next debate topic is some similar along these lines, not quite the same.
What is it? What is it?
Is Donald Trump the worst president since the civil rights movement? So this is kind of like
Come on, Thunder. Goddamn. Wait, finish Psycho.
No,
is Donald Trump the worst president since LBJ?
Civil rights movement. Yes, it's civil rights movement. Yeah, they going back. I think.
Where do you? Who's arguing that?
Taz and Yame.
Domo staying out of that one?
Yeah, don't. This ain't Domo's debate. Yeah.
Let me ask you. I don't know if you judging it or whatever, but where are you saying he is?
I don't judge. I would say no myself, but I don't judge. So
who you got is the worst?
It ain't no one person.
In my lifetime, Nixon. I'm not saying my lifetime Reagan, but I would probably go with Nixon if I go outside my lifetime.
Give me a top. Hold on. Okay, if you saying Nixon and Reagan, then give me your top. Who's the third? Where does go until you get to Donald Trump?
Bush Jr.
So Nixon, Reagan,
probably Bush Jr. Then Clinton, then Bush Sr. Then Well, hold on, wait. I'm going from worst to
incredible, bro.
No.
No. You're
Donald
going. You're
Trump is
going.
after.
I just want to know. Hold on,
Donald Trump will be
Thunder.
after.
Hold on. I'll ask you after
Donald
this.
Trump,
I'm trying to get out of here. But it's a good
hold on,
question.
wait. I skipped Trump. Give me Trump after Reagan and Nixon, then I'll go. Then give me Junior and everybody else.
So yours is Reagan.
Mind
Nixon.
you, I don't like none of the presidents. I don't like none of them. So I ain't.
No, I get it, but it's a scale. So you got Reagan, Nixon, Trump, then then Bush Jr., Senior, and Clinton.
Yes, then Bush Senior, and then Obama's the least worst in my opinion, and I don't like him. So I'm not keeping for Obama, but he's the least worst out the bunch.
Who would you say is the worst
next
president
show
of all time? Of all
Chad,
time.
when you get a chance, text me what time you're going live, because I think I might want to. I might do that while I'm working on this YouTube stuff.
That debate on Sunday. That's the debate. That debate on Sunday. Like, this.
That's a good conversation, though. Golly, that's
man. Who you got, Brad?
Hold on, Thunder. What I'm saying is, it's a good conversation because at a bare minimum, it'll educate people to the presidents and their actions. So I don't think most people know what Nixon's done good or bad, Reagan's done good or bad. They just know them by names. So if anything, it spurs political education. So I'm always say that's a good debate because people will learn, especially that means they got to present what these people did to justify the arguments. So I actually like that. But yeah. All right, so Thunder. All right, I appreciate that, Psycho. Go ahead, Thunder. Then I want to close out because I'm going back live.
Okay, good. Who you got, Brad? Who the number one? Who the worst?
I'm gonna say it on the show.
Okay.
I'm gonna say it on the show. I want to
throw an honorable mention out there.
No, you gotta give it. If you're gonna give your honorable mention, I need to know your.
Hold on, let me get mine first.
Okay,
mine it ain't even close. Jimmy Carter is the worst president we've ever had in the history of this. Not even just since 64 ever. He's the worst ever. But go ahead.
If we go with all time, I'm going Andrew Jackson.
No, not all time. Since you've been on this planet.
Oh, since I've been on this planet?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it's Trump. I was born in '96.
So you're saying Donald Trump is the worst president since 1996?
Yeah, I don't think he's better than Bush even, because Bush would be my close second.
Who would you say now? Honorable mention. Make your honorable mention all time.
All time
and
is
then Mujasi, I'm going live on StreamYard. Y'all gonna be able to show y'all sources. I gotta get an idea when Chef's going live because I got some internet stuff I gotta work out. But I want somebody to show sources on this. I don't want YouTube. I don't want Discord. This. I want to see
time. I'm gonna say because of the acts against humanity he made specifically to Americans, resulting in over 10,000 American deaths. Andrew Jackson. I'm gonna say Andrew Jackson.
Historically, most people will say Andrew Jackson. I'll give mine on the show. I'm gonna stop for about 10 minutes and I'm gonna go back live on StreamYard so people can present sources. Hopefully, Mujasi, you can come up. I'm working on some stuff that we got to show for Monday. I'm glad Mujasi's here. Real quick, me and Mujasi Tuesday at 11 a.m. The flyer's already up. We're gonna go unsung figures, unsung powerful figures behind the scenes that have helped Black people. We were gonna go civil rights movement, but this one we're gonna do it in 20-year intervals. So we're gonna start 1910 to 1930. That's Tuesday at 11, and we're gonna go all the way up until 2026 on different shows in 20-year intervals. So that's going to be exciting. We're putting that together now. I'm going to work on some of the artwork on it while we discuss this presidential top 5. That's Tuesday. I'm excited because I get to do a show with Mujasi. That's exciting for me. Part 2, tonight or soon, I'm assuming, Chef is going to do a show where he proves his hypothesis that Black people's only viable choice since Lyndon Baines Johnson to vote federally. I don't know if he means locally, but I know he definitely means presidentially. So federally is to vote Democrat. Voting any other option is not viable. We could probably continue that on the StreamYard, but I need about 10 minutes because I got to work on this artwork to get some of that done. And then we got one last show. Psycho, I need you for this show. You don't know where you at, but I need you for this show to do your own. We as a team came up with a hypothesis of, I want to know conspiracy theories, no matter how crazy you think it is. This is a personal thing to you. The first show is going to be Corey, Concrete Corey, and DQ Hampton. They're going to present conspiracy theories with sources and information that led them to believe it. What conspiracy theories do you believe in and want you to defend it? So you're going to have to show clips just to give you a little, I'm not even going to do that because that might fuck up the show. But I want to allow people in the chat and people around. We always do the sources and the information, all of that, cool. What conspiracies do you believe? And show us what you saw to make you believe it. So if you believe that 9/11 was an inside job, show me what it is you saw that made you believe why that is. You're gonna be uninterrupted, no matter no matter how crazy it is to the chat. That's next Wednesday. But no matter how crazy it is to the chat, it's not a panel show. Corey and DQ are gonna come on Wednesday evening. They're gonna do the inaugural show. Hopefully, I do a bunch of these. We do a bunch of these. But what conspiracy theory, no matter how crazy, and what did you see or what sources did you see that make you believe it? If you think COVID was a conspiracy, show us not just that you believe it's a conspiracy, show us what you saw or heard or read to make you believe in that theory. And I'm gonna go back live, but James says Andrew Johnson, Reagan, and Bush. Okay, so I'm gonna go live in about 15-20 minutes, but it'll be on StreamYard. And if you are saying Andrew Johnson, show the chat. Wow, that's what I mean by opinions with sources. Yeah, okay, I'll be clear on that, James. What I mean by opinions with sources, I mean, okay, Johnson is the worst, and he did this to this people and this, that, and the other. Show what he did. Show what he did. And if Trump is your worst, pull up what he's done that puts him as one or two. I can't really do that on Discord, but on StreamYard I can, and I can just listen to y'all talk. I don't necessarily.
When are you gonna have that show?
In about 15 minutes.
Oh fuck! I'm not gonna be able to make that.
Well, no. It's not. It'll be, that could be a one-time thing, but I just want to get it done because I got some work I got to get done. That's internet-wise. I got my personal stuff done, and I got a couple phone calls and things I got to do. So if you can or you can't, but it'll still be up. And Chef, hit me up. Let me know if you're going live tonight. I'll end that show. But it's Friday. I just want to engage with the people and talk to the people. I just can't do this on Discord. So if y'all just want to come hang out and talk about whatever. By the way, Psycho, I'm going to murder you on that point about Bam Adebayo's 83 points and how it is not as relevant as Kobe's 81. I think the world is in a bad place when a black man could score 83 points, and because it's against another black man, now all of a sudden we can't celebrate this one. I have an issue with that. And I'm going straight racial with that issue. Y'all hating on one black man to lift up another. That's bothering me. That's bothering the hell out of me.
That's a good point. Good point.
That's bothering me. That's bothering. And you talking about a truly black man. Like Bam Adebayo. It's crazy to me, all the Africa talk and all this other talk y'all do, but y'all going against Bam Adebayo and his accomplishment for Kobe Bean Bryant, who grew up in Italy. Kill me for that point, but we'll have that conversation. And if y'all want to bring it up on the next show, just give me 15 minutes. Hey, shouts to y'all. Thanks to everybody on the panel that was listening and talking. And I think we had a good conversation. I'll holler at y'all later.